What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again with some gaming goodness. Tonight, we're just gonna do some Marvel Rivals, play a couple games, do some more lore reading. I know I got my lore page that I've been slowly building, trying to understand the lore of where every character is, what's going on in each of the chronoverses. Like, I understand who's in Manhattan right now, who's in Yigsgard right now, who's at the Hydra base, what's going on in every land. The 2029, the Intergalactic Wakandan Empire, and then lastly is the Chronoverse of the Gods, which we don't really know what's going on there. We've been finding out where everyone is. Oh, this is just characters that I wanted, which I think I've gone over. I've added to it a little bit. I've contributed. Maybe I'll go over that at some point. Basically, it's 4 in the morning, and I've been trying to sleep for the past few hours, and I can't. So instead, I'm just going to do this until I get tired. That's it. I was watching a bunch of Internet Anarchist and CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla just posted a video in the middle of the night. Yesterday, Donald Trump posted a meme coin, and the middle of the night, Melania Trump did. Oh, we were starting 2025 off really strong. I was able to finish this. This was the hard thing. Like, this was fine. Trigger Spider Tracer 10 times. Upvote 3 ally. I did Spider-Man. I just did Spider-Man in 2 matches and got that. This was so specific. I just did 40,000 damage as duelists. And dealing 100,000 damage took a while. Meanwhile, over here, we've been up for 15 allies. Did that in 3 matches. 60 enemies across the board. I finally started playing Winter Soldier, and man, Winter Soldier is fun. No wonder so many people like playing Winter Soldier. And I'm at 99 assists. I need to get 1 more assist, and I'm done with the current event. And that unlocks me a new Thor skin, which is pretty cool. Pretty classic Marvel Thor with the winged helmet, with the little spike on top, the belt, which is a strength-enhancing belt that allows him to manipulate Earth, I believe. I'm trying to remember. Very classic looking. We did get 2 new costumes, which, like this, I think we're doing all of this because it's the end of the Year of the Dragon this week, right? When is the Lunar New Year? Lunar New Year is on the 29th. And it's becoming the Year of the Snake. So we're ending the Year of the Dragon, beginning the Year of the Snake. So I think that's why we have so many dragon-themed skins. And they're all tying around Kunlun, which is really cool. And, like, they look. Like, if I played Moon Knight more, I might do this one. Because this one is really friggin' cool. But I like the idea is that they all tie in with the lore of Kunlun. Far to the southeast lies Kunlun, the southwest, sorry. Esteemed earthly capital, divine cities guarded by deities and dragons alike. This guardian with a human body and a dragon's face clad in Edgerscale stands as the majestic protector of the Moon Palace, an invincible general against evil. So he's one of the guardian in this. I think it's really cool that with the Chronoverses and the new multiverse, all of these different skins have their own lore, which is why I watched a neat video recently. Let me check. I'm trying to remember who it was by. I misspelled YouTube. I'm exhausted. Let me check out my history. Yeah, it was Flats, who is a big Overwatch creator. And he was doing a reaction to a video by... Not Frigging Nick. Not Fricking Nick. Lore explanations for duplicate characters in video game lobbies. And he talked about how some games have explanation for why there are characters. Why is Spider-Man fighting Spider-Man? Why is Moon Knight fighting Moon Knight? And how some video games have lore explanations, some don't. Like, Overwatch doesn't. Fortnite, it's a multiverse that explains that. Mortal Kombat has mirror matches, and Dead by Daylight has a weird multiverse. Valorant's characters are weird, I don't know. But the explanation for Rivals is it's just another version of you from the multiverse. And even right here in the costumes they try and describe, this is a Moon Knight who is the protector of the Moon Palace of Kunlun. That's really cool lore. I didn't need it, but I'm glad I have it, you know? See, I wonder if this is from the city where Linley is currently Iron Fist, the fused 7 celestial capitals. In the southern realm of Kunlun lies a forest spanning hundreds of miles. Within it dwells a deity known as the Cheerful Dragoness, who speaks the tongue of rodents and commands an unbeatable legion of squirrels. So this is a god. I've been playing a little bit more as Squirrel Girl, and she's a lot of fun. I like her instant reload ability. That's cute spray. I think I think what's one thing that annoys me, I think this is probably right. I think every nameplate should be animated. This is cool. This is cute, but not as cool. I think nameplates would be a little more special if they were all... Just make those bubbles float a little bit, you know? I really think the Maker skin is awesome. Reed Richards, the ultimate Reed Richards. The one who's going to solve everything, the Maker. So Maker Reed, if you go any further, utter defeat at the hands of Malice, Mistress of Hate. So those are all appropriate lore. Only the most broken people can be great leaders. So yeah, there's just quotes from these characters, right? The trap isn't a trap if you know it's a trap trying to trap you. It's a face-off. I wonder what Groot's gonna say. I love you guys. I didn't expect that. Coolest theory, which was confirmed, is that I'm almost positive it was confirmed. Quote me if I'm wrong. Is that Groot only says, "I am Groot," right? But if you're around Groot long enough and you bond with Groot, you begin to understand what he says, which is why the Guardians can understand what he says. And at the end of Guardians 3, after the new Gamora has been around him long enough, she understands what he says once. Cool. At the very end of Guardians 3, Groot says, "I love you guys." In universe, he still said, "I am Groot," but we, the audience, have been around Groot long enough that we finally understand what he meant. And I think that's beautiful. So these are all, yeah. Let's check out these. A new Mantis skin is kind of cool. At the precipice of Kunlun resides a spiritual prodigy, garbed in green, akin to jade, hair flowing like clouds. A master of martial arts, which is something Mantis always had going for her, wielding fists as mighty as a dragon, each movement a dance, surrounded by spiritual energy, revered by all living things. Kind of like this Celestial Madonna version of Mantis. They could go a lot of different ways. They were really pushing Mantis a lot in, what, the 80s? So yeah, it's the more martial artist variant of... That's a pretty cool MVP screen. That's a really cool MVP screen. I don't know how I feel about her hair. I think it's a little Vegeta. But I love the gold dragon on the dress that's like an embroidery on the dress that comes out and becomes an ornamentation with the claws and head resting on her shoulder. That's really friggin' sick. And I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. In terms of, like, pure ornamentation. That's actually a really neat design. I also like her little hair pigtails. I like her jade antlers. Having the same affect as Mantis's antenna. The jade gauntlets are pretty cool. The fact that the dragon moves from her dress to her leggings is also really neat. Let's see her emote. Ooh. And that's a cool spray. I still think this is really cool. That's the story of how the Green Scar, the Eye of Anger, the World Breaker, Harkonnen, Harg, Hoko, Hulk, how he came home. So these are all just true variants. The only ones I have is this Wolverine because I think it looks phenomenal, and oh, that Magic because she looks great, and I just got Cloak and Dagger earlier. Because I love the idea of Cloak and Dagger literally being tied in with the Asgardian mythology of a light elf and a dark elf. Like, you see he has the dark elf ears, and she's clearly a light elf. I think it's really cool. Representing creation and destruction, order, chaos, growth, and decay. Like, from a lore perspective, that's really cool. And I love what the, like, kind of like Venus flytrap, it's going on with her leggings, and her boots are very thorn-like. And the same of his back looking like the petals of, like, a spiny leaf. Or like a rotten, spining flower. I really dig it. Based off the 2022 Sentinels of Liberty, I don't love this Bucky costume, but it is pretty dang comic accurate, I will say. Where's the MVP screen? I do also really like this MVP screen of him just, like, finally resting just for a moment. Yeah, so again, I really like the idea of all of these being other universe versions. And I realized something else earlier today. I did a game as Penny in my this form, and I pointed out during my Battle Pass analysis that this is clearly based, the original skin is clearly based on Evangelion Unit 2 for Asuka, Langley Soryu, right? The gold and the red with a little bit of black and the tiny bits of white, that screams Eva Unit 2. Her main counterpart is clearly Eva Unit 1, even down to its going crazy berserk right? As I think this one. Losing control is the one for Ava Unit 1. Because that's what he does. He loses control. The black, the purple, the gray, and the bright green is Ava Unit 1. It's unmistakable. And the one that just got released, the mostly blue with white highlights and a little bit of green accents, is Ava Unit 0. And the plug suit even kind of looks like Rey's plug suit. And then I realized, oh, all the characters have a palette swap. This is just an additional palette swap for Penny. What about this one, though? I'm sitting here, I'm like, that's not an Ava unit. And I realized it's still a very Japanese property. I'm pretty sure that's freaking Kamen Rider. I mean, look at classic Kamen Rider. The red scarf, the red eyes, the green and black. Look at that. Tell me that's not Kamen Rider. The insecty look. That's all I can think. I think it just screams Kamen Rider. Alright, so I have gotten all of these, including the new card for this. I got a cool new Mr. Fantastic emote where he's reading the Darkhold, which you're just not supposed to do, because the Darkhold drives you mad if you read it. A cute little Herbie spray. A whole bunch of units. A Bats, which I talked to Bats as Jeff, which was very adorable. And they talked about getting the Pet Avengers together. Mr. Reed. Oh, a cute little bat. So I just need to get one more assist, and I'll get that. You know, let's do quick match. I don't care. I'll play my cloak and dagger, and I literally just need to get one assist.
The right heroes could make all the difference. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Oh, cool, Moon Knight. So we get a little bonus there, or they get a bonus, they could turn invisible. Right. Okay, an Iron Man and a Cap. The one thing I hope that they add is more passives and team-ups.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It helps me see the darkness and face it.
Sue.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
One of my favorite...
Hey, how's the shield holding, Cap? I'm working on a shapeable proton matrix that'll really...
That's great. But English, please.
Solid light, Grandpa.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
How about I switch things up and make our opponents disappear?
Oh, yeah.
My time to shine.
That's the boost I needed.
Anyone need help?
Lights out.
Leave them to consume.
My time to shine.
Cover.
Much better. Glad to help.
Good, I got my one assist that I needed.
Get up. I'm not done. I'm Hulk.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
That's the boost I needed.
A boom of light.
Lights out.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Please, we're hurt. A little help, please. I am ready to put on a show.
Pop back up under the nose.
My time to shine. You owe me one. Us against the
By
world.
the eye of Agamotto. Together. Victory. Maximum pulse. My need was great. I am Asgard's might.
My time to shine.
Ah, Psylocke, you got me while I was picking off Iron Man.
Double KO.
Oh, and you got Moon Knight.
Chance again.
Good job. How many assists? I'm at 4 assists. I'm fine.
Repel them. Hold what is ours.
I was getting worried.
Lights out.
Shields up. My time to shine.
Love battlefield medicine.
Oh, okay, Sue's over there. Sue's just coming back in.
I'm Hulk. Our adversaries gathered.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their nose.
That took the edge off.
Us against the world. Drowning them.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
Only 60 seconds left. My time to shine.
It was an honor to serve a...
I am ready to put on a show.
Ah, I was trying to blind him at the last second. Come on, guys. They're doing a final push. Hang in there while I get back. I'm sorry. No. That was close. I would say that was almost an ace.
Enter the road.
Oh, everyone's dead.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Just in the nick of time.
Ah, c'est la vie.
Admit it. You need me. Much to prove. All things of the past.
Last minute.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Enemies on approach.
Together to victory.
Feeling fantastic.
Better stop that vehicle.
All wrapped up.
Shields up.
Us against the world. The darkness. I got the beacon is down.
Maximum pulse!
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Farewell.
My time to shine. You stop them in their tracks. Light consumes you.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Anyone willing to help?
Found
Farewell.
Leave them to Khonshu!
Ribbon complete. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
My time to shine.
Just in the nick of time.
Seconds left.
This is real firepower!
Feeling
Cap, get
fantastic.
up. We need you.
I am ready to put on a show. Stop them.
Ah! They got it right at the end, though. Good job, guys.
You're amazing. I wish I could better stop that vehicle. Double KO. Down to 30 seconds.
I am Asgard Might!
There's still a chance to stop them. A little help, please.
Fantastic!
That was the light I needed.
He's getting ready.
Final 10 seconds. Against the world. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I got what you need.
My time to shine.
Good.
Another
Woo.
epic victory.
Woo!
Big win.
Good job. We helped the Master Weaver. Oh, we're level 28. We just got 100. First, always help the supports, then always support the tanks, then the DPS. How did I do? 18 kills, not bad. I had the second highest number of kills on our team. 4 deaths, tied for the lowest. 4 assists, the second highest. 10,000 healing. Ah, this person had 11,000 healing. That Luna. But hey, for 11,000 healing, I did pretty good damage and damage block. Not bad. This is Moon Knight. 17 final hits, 27 KOs. That's pretty spectacular. Oh, neat. I got 5. That's neat. I've also been knocking out a lot of my, these. So I only have 2 of these left. I'm trying to remember. So I know I got some of them today. Some of these are... Oh, is it in order? Because that would be immensely helpful. They are. So today, earlier this morning, I do a spray on the Celestial Codex in Clintar, which I've been playing the Clintar map for so long now, and I always get the Venom side. I never get the Null side. I finally did, and was able to spray it. And I finally won on that particular push for Wakanda. I talked to Bats the Ghost Dog. You have to talk to him as Jeff, I believe. I tried talking to him as like Squirrel Girl, nothing. A couple other characters, but Jeff and him talked about reforming the Pet Avengers. I loved. I had a great match. I lost spectacularly. Chat with Spider Zero. I finally found Spider Zero and talked to her. Unleashed the... did that map. Did that map. Listen to Okoye's message. Save the trees. Scan all the pages of the Darkhold. Trigger the Stark Sentinel. Stop Herbie. But where's all the ones I did recently? As Invisible Woman, get 10 assists on Reed. As Hela, got a 3-player KO streak in Yggdrasil. As Winter Soldier, get a KO assist with Rocket. As Iron Man, hit 4 enemies with a single pulse cannon. As Squirrel Girl, get 3 KOs with a single Squirrel Tsunami. As Namor, get 10 Monstro spawn KOs. As Psylocke, contest the missionary over 60 seconds. And as Cloak and Dagger, I get a team wipe. So I've been doing solid. But I'm still not at the Storm skin. I'm still working for that Storm skin. I also really like this Star-Lord skin. But that's a little further away. I care about the Storm skin, the white... the very classic X-Men White Storm costume. Where there's Thor, there is Asgard. Did that not count the match I just won for my daily? None of those, because maybe because I started the match after it went. Oh, it might have just been 1 minute ago at 4 a.m. Okay, hold on. That will get me, if I do this and play a lot of Jeff and take damage and secure assist as Jeff. That will get me 96 is 300 minus 4 each, so 300 minus 12 is 288 plus 36 times 4. Again, my brain is in no place. Plus 36, plus 36, plus 36. 432. Plus the 180 that I already have is 612. So if I do that, I can buy this, the gallery card, and get a little bit more of the lore. Let's do some Jeff. So I pretty much just need to do one tank match and one, and like 3 or 4 healing matches.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Do we have 3? Supports. That's gonna be a little squishy. Okay.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This is where you hear Shuri's message about research.
Before the might of Mjolnir.
Right. About that. You wouldn't happen to have any spare enchanted weapons, would you?
Aye. But alas, both Stormbreaker and Mjolnir and the others leave another.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That spider could have bitten anyone, but it bit me. Pretty amazing luck. Watch out, they're headed our way.
I am wounded. Who will help? I am healed.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Who was targeting Jeff? Oh, it's an Iron Man back there? That's actually really good positioning, Iron Man. I'll give you that one.
The mission area is yours. That's not Mantis strikes.
I am healed.
Strike Mjolnir.
Watch out, they're headed our way. It's not heavy in my step.
That's better. I'm wounded. Who will help? Everybody help. Invisible?
If we could stun the Iron Man there, guys, while he's
Captured more
floating
than half
above.
of the mission area. Keep going.
Here come the bad guys. I am healed.
I don't want to hit you more than I have to.
Watch me soar! Us against the world!
And Hobbs Tower. Let us defeat it.
I am wounded. Who will help?
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Maximum pulse.
Getting like it.
Alright, one down. You know what? The triple heal tank with two pretty aggressive duelists. Our Spider-Man is not cowardly, and it seems to be surviving all right. Yeah, no deaths on Spidey. He's not the most aggressive. Heck, our healers seem the most aggressive.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We escaped the Collector together, little one. We shall face this new threat side by side as well.
So anyway, when I was playing as Jeff,
Oh, Yokai were so agreeable.
during one of the
Battle starts in 5,
Doom matches,
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll share my record
All you
after
need to do is
this.
capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't know the actual mileage, but this feels like a long way from Queens.
Hostile ahead. Hello, stronger.
Judge, jury, executioner! Hold me down. Mighty might, fist off.
Capture the mission area!
So I did definitely use mine too early.
Friends, gather around! Co-op time! Watch me soar!
Maximum pulse!
Did he only get one of us? That's not bad. Dagger, you need to take him out. Dagger, you have the lock on. Take out this Iron Man. There you go.
The world!
He needed some help, didn't he?
They got behind you! Capture the mission area! Keep going!
I am healed. Shinna! You don't have to fight alone. Oh, I need assistance.
No! You're not smashing Jeff, buddy!
Glory is almost yours!
Adversaries gather. 'Twas but a scratch.
Co-op time!
Good. Still got the win.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Alright, I got 8 assists. That's starting me off on my win 1 match, heal 5,000, defeat 10 enemies, secure 50 assists, take damage, deal damage. So, every character has 3 levels of lore.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in any reality.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
got yours. Time for some fireworks.
Leave them to Khonshu!
Welp, I'm glad I joined as they won. Warrior Falls. I love the recreation of Warrior Falls, that it's implied that they literally recreated their waterfall from the original Wakanda
Spider is
here.
more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best friend.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's my sworn duty to protect travelers in the night.
Yeah, I've guided plenty of folks safely through the dark myself.
We'd make a good team. If you ever decide to ditch that dagger chick, let me know.
Thanks for the offer.
Here's Okoye's armor.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Heading up there.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I like you, for now. But trust me, that can change in a heartbeat.
Mine's in place. Powering up. You know what to do, spiders?
Faster now.
So much better.
I am ready to put on a show. The mission area is yours.
Ah, I was about to drop it right on the center. That's fine.
Born again!
Oh, nice. There you go.
Time for some fireworks. Systems restoring.
Second chance is over.
It's spider time!
By the eye of Agamotto!
No coming back from that. Mine's in place. You know what to do, spiders? This is gonna hurt.
Some assistance, please.
Systems restoring. Spiders get the job done. So much better.
Armed and dangerous!
Control lost.
Fine.
We're back in action.
I'm only aiming for their Luna. I gotta also aim for their rocket. So I was talking. Get him, Blue Beetle. Yes,
Progress is past the
pretty much.
Tremble before fast!
You've got my back. I've got yours. You're up, little ones. This is gonna hurt.
Helping their Doctor Strange.
You had that coming.
Good.
So much better.
Control seized.
They're gonna be coming from that way, so drop some mines in there. How you doing tonight, bud?
mystic doorway.
This is gonna hurt.
I am ready to put on a show!
It's spider time! Perfect hit, Spider!
I'm made of glass.
Rise, my friends! It seems we have company.
Rest easy now.
We win. Waiting to head to work. 2-hour delay for a 6 a.m. shift. Oh, is it the snow? The weather? It's snowing.
Another epic
It's.
victory!
I got a few inches over here. Not an insane number, but I still got a few inches. I got like 1.5 2 inches. Not as bad as it is a little further north or west. Yeah, I'm the exact. I just couldn't sleep. So I tried. I'm wide awake. I'm exhausted. But I haven't been sleeping, so I'm like, yeah, I'll read some more Marvel lore. Try and make sense of the game. Which, you know me, I love lore. I'm obsessed with it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Cool, 3 duelists, and someone trying to be a 4th duelist. Have they chose yet? They have not chosen yet.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Goodbye.
We sure have come a long way since we first joined the Avengers together.
Alright.
That way.
If only Pietro were here to share in the moment. But in my timeline, he is gone.
Hey, if anyone could outrun me as all it is, it's you.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Guys,
1.
we don't want to move closer.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I think I'm pretty relatable compared to Namor or someone like that.
I'm afraid your rule has come to an end, T'Challa. Just what the doctor ordered. Sort of advanced assault cannon.
Ah, you got Jeff. That is the job of the spider. Oh, that was pretty quick. He jumped in, tagged me. Tracking and then popped me up. That was pretty efficient, I will say.
Feeling stronger already.
We got company. Just what the doctor ordered. Think about what feeling fantastic.
disappearing. Something about this place. This must be where they gathered. They're right behind you. Be right. Ah, that's better.
The odds weren't in your favor.
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
Problem solved!
Now, a disappear.
Here's how you shoot!
Feeling stronger already.
Needed that boost.
Lost control.
I assure you I took no...
Only 60 seconds left.
For you.
We've been discovered!
Got to drain. Love battlefield medicine.
Ah, it finally got me.
Down to 30 seconds.
You'll be alright.
That was a little shenanigan-y, I think. Come on, we're...
Judge,
10 seconds.
jury, executioner! Back to
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
If you guys can hold, I should have popped my ult. I should have done it.
Some real fire.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. That's 3. Double KO.
Dang it. Come on, guys. I took out 3.
Better stop that vehicle.
I did die a little more than I needed to, I will say.
Disappearing.
Problem solved!
Yeah, but the only issue with that is,
Love battlefield medicine.
if you're trying to get the kill from it, technically, that doesn't count as a kill, it's an
Needed
assist.
that boost.
You can take them into your team base, and
Feeling stronger already.
I'm good to go.
You stop them in their tracks.
Sorry about that.
You stop them in their tracks. Down to 30 seconds.
It seems the Punisher has big plans. And a bigger gun.
I went in from the side. I could have
The final 10
gotten
seconds.
4 of them.
Double KO.
We should be okay as long as my team gets there quick enough.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Good. I got him away.
Another epic
A wipe is a wipe for me. Assist means nothing. Hey, completely fair. It means helping your team. It means getting the wipe. But see, 18 assists. That's nothing to sneeze at. Good going, team. Alright, I need to resist with shield, get 24 more assists, and take damage as Bruce, Groot, or Magneto. And I'm completely done with that. Let's do some Magneto, right? Because I can take damage as Magneto, and Magneto has shield, so I can resist. Let's do it. Let's do.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto
We are Cloak and Dagger.
Alright.
We are hope and fear.
They already have 2. I'll go for my assists now. I need 24 more assists. My guys, the team comp was perfect.
Without Ty, I wouldn't know the real power of the Light Force.
Fools! Do you truly believe you can stop my
30
grand
seconds
scheme?
before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Dandy. Where's Ty? You two are usually inseparable.
That hasn't changed. In fact, we're closer than ever. Whether we like it or not.
Are you guys sharing a studio in Hell's Kitchen now? I get it. Our rent's been skyrocketing.
It's actually a bit more complicated than that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, because again, I've read the lore.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
We won't run away anymore.
They are physically sharing a body.
Just in time. Thanks. I thought he was...
All wrapped up.
You went down big.
Double KO.
My time
tree.
Stuck!
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Heads up. Hostiles.
My time to shine. Just in time. Thanks.
Here we go.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Battlefield ready again.
Put yourself right behind the.
Almost there.
My time to shine.
My life was in peril. Thank you.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. You brought ice to us.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
A beam of light. You owe me one.
Lights out.
There we go. Make.
What's your back? My time to shine. Stand with you.
Remember, don't go for the kill. Go for the assist.
I'll take 3 until 4 comes along.
Let's save that tree. Ride.
Don't mess with the amazing
Feels like
Spider-Man!
the city just faded away.
Enemies help.
Target located.
Get in there, y'all.
Castle went down fighting.
Us against the world.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
My time to shine. Glad to help. You didn't even use the sharpener. I'll get you next time.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under the nose.
Trouble. My time to shine.
Ah, as I was dropping down.
Target
That was a pretty good shot.
Let's get into some good trouble.
I will say we're doing fine on time.
Don't turn
All
back
right.
now.
I am strengthened.
Nice.
You owe me one.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Lights out.
Let's go. There's a tree to save.
I'm hit pretty bad. I'm hit pretty bad.
Thanks. You owe me one.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You get away.
Lights out.
Castle went down.
My time to shine. Those are strangers. Gone.
Ah. I'm trying to do the intangibility with Cloak more. It seems it's incredibly useful because it can even just phase through ults.
The Vishanti foresaw this.
My time to shine.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Behind schedule.
I am
Side of the
strengthened.
neighborhood.
Yggdrasil will not survive.
Armed and dangerous!
I don't want to hit you more than I have to.
You're not hit pretty bad.
You owe me one.
Lights out.
Us against the world.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I'll get you next time. Us against the world.
Don't get the kill.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Just embrace the light. My time to shine. Susan Loki's tapping operation.
All right.
Epic victory! Big win!
11 assists. How many more do I need? 13 more. Okay. First things first. Healers. Then tanks. Then go down the line for these boys. Alright, 8,000 healing. Not bad. I could have done better. 13 KOs. Too many KOs. Let's back out for now. Groot or Magneto? Clintar.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
So this is the defend team we're on? Okay, 2 healers, not bad. I wouldn't mind one person for pushing.
I fought for mutant kind's future. Our time has finally arrived.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
We got a
Should you
shield,
fall,
Tandy.
Thunder God, I shall put that hammer of yours to good use. Mjolnir can only be lifted by those who prove worthy. I fear you are not on that list. Who needs to lift it when I can reshape its Uru metal and
The
release
battle starts in
cosmic
5,
storm within?
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Anyone who makes the night dangerous place needs to be taken out.
Get ready.
Feel like
Here comes the
myself
bad guy.
again. You shall not be harmed.
Shields are more Steve's thing.
You cannot hurt me.
That's fucking hurt!
Behind you. Your attacks are futile.
Ain't over yet.
Today,
You cannot hurt me.
Welcome to the dark.
Exactly what I hoped to find.
I'll patch you up.
Fine. Again, we're not here to win. We're just trying to knock out our dailies. So we're here to take damage and get shields to be effective. Although I would like a win, as I always would. I'm not the most experienced Magneto player.
Better stop that vehicle.
futile. Ain't over yet.
Well, Wolverine did exactly what Wolverine's supposed to do. Wolverine being an anti-tank is really cool. I hope when they do add Deadpool, he's played by Nolan North, and have Rocket and Deadpool break the fourth wall. That would be funny. Oh yeah, because Rocket is...
Co-op time. Incoming.
Come on.
You are under my protection. That's fucking you are welcome.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I've fallen under their sway.
Better stop that vehicle. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Tremble before fast.
It's fine. I think I took out... Did I take out Luna? Who did I take out? I took out their Luna. Awesome.
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
I have no doubt Deadpool's going to be added. The ones we've confirmed so far are Thing and Johnny Storm, Blade and Ultron. Right?
You shall not be harmed.
We got a shield team.
You need not fear. Do not expect me to do that again. You shall not be harmed.
Here come the bad guys.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Help. So cold.
I'll patch you up.
I feel like myself again. You are under my protection.
Khonshu is my shield.
Do not expect me to do that. Your attacks are futile.
You're welcome.
You shall not be harmed.
Hey, team! You're don't mind me. I'm just dying. Oh, did you see that? Us against the world.
Tremble before fast! Under my protection. I feel like myself again. It seems we have company. Fear Magneto! Fatal attraction.
Oh, did you see that? The darkness out.
This will be helpful.
Oh, did you see that?
Here's the slice.
I'm doing this my way. Much better.
I am ready to put on a show.
All right.
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
Better stop that vehicle. It's now or never. Stop them.
You are under my protection. I am Asgard's might. Much better. You shall not be harmed. Do not expect me to do that again.
2 minutes left. Come on, guys.
He stopped them in their tracks. Us against the world.
Insignificant gnats. Insignificant gnats. Exactly what I hoped to find. Ah, much better. You need not fear.
Shielded from harm.
You cannot hurt me.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
That was my bad. That was fun, man.
I am the god.
I shall not be removed so easily.
Leave them to Khonshu!
You need not fear.
I am ready to put on a show.
Never grows old, Logan.
Hell unleashed.
Fear Magneto!
Ready. Here come the bad guys.
One more superior reigns. I feel like myself again. Insignificant gnats.
I win.
I do love his dive splash.
Only 60 seconds left.
You cannot hurt me.
I am Asgard's might!
Us against the world.
Ah, I was close to taking out Luna. Rocket and Luna were right there supporting each other, and that's why Venom was still there, because Rocket revives Venom. Ah, that's rough.
Mutants always rise again.
Down to 30 seconds.
Nobody controls Moon Knight.
You need
ready.
not fear.
Here come the bad guys.
Cover. Nice.
I feel like myself.
Final 10 seconds. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
There we go.
You shall not be harmed.
Get some armor. Alright, there you go.
Another epic victory.
Hey, bot. How you doing? Alright, how much did my shield block is the question. As long as it blocked more than 2,000, we got the daily. And I don't have to worry about. And I feel like I put myself in the front line a good bit. Good, good. Did both of those. And got a few more assists. So first things first. Healers get likes. Then tanks. How did I do? Damage blocked 16,900. Not bad. And I still got 15 KOs, 5 assists, 5 final hits. Yeah, that's not bad. Their team was really aggressive, and I will say their Wolverine did exactly what you want a Wolverine to do. Their Wolverine was a very effective anti-tank. Their Venom was good, their Hela was solid. Their Rocket was really good too. Alright. I can do a Cloak and Dagger play or a Luna play.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Yeah, I don't hate this. Now, if we can get one tank, Miss Skinnyism, tank, please.
Without Tai, I wouldn't know the real power of the Light Force.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wanda.
Oh, it's Wanda.
Different. Is it really you?
Some days, Tony, I am not even sure anymore. I have been lost between realities for so long.
Well, you're not lost anymore. You'll always have a place with us. In any universe.
Then we should probably
The
make
battle
sure
starts in 5, 4,
It's one of my favorite emotes. A
3, 2,
runestone is taken in by her,
All you need to do is
but if you
capture
do it
the
as
mission
Cloak,
area.
he produces the runestone.
And I thought the agents of Atlas were a strange crew.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
That is much better.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Do you have a license for that, Frank? Anyone willing to help?
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Capture the mission area!
Your ego got in your way, Tony. As always.
My time to shine.
Iron Fist took out Iron Fist. Let's go to the top floor. Get a better vantage point for healing.
Us against the world!
If only you had chosen the right thing.
Tandy needs help.
That is much better.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Thanks.
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Feeling fantastic.
I was hoping I would hit it before he.
My time to shine.
They've almost got it!
Against the world. Glad to Down in a flash.
We'll have to keep fighting until control seized!
You owe me one. Be proud of what you did here. My turn to Anyone willing to help?
Turret's gone and Punisher's on the move.
Hold still and try sharp.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Control lost!
Yeah, they got it.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
They stayed together for one good push. Their Groot is incredible. Their Groot's really solid. Iron
Tai and I create equilibrium.
Iron
When he gets
Fist is
disturbed.
dying a lot more than he's not dying.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wanda, you look different. Is it really you?
Some days, Tony, I am not even sure anymore. I have been lost between realities.
This is what I like. So yeah, she stores a runestone, he pulls a runestone out. Because they're passing it between their little portal
Battle
dimension.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The dark energy that flows through this place.
Awesome, cool.
Chilling.
We got a disconnected Iron Man.
More eager idiots. Lights out. Appreciate the boost.
Invisible?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
The dragon? Lights out. 气犯长虹 Us against the world.
My time to shine! That's much better.
Almost about out.
Aw, it's nap time.
You weren't invisible to me.
Maker,
Science,
maker.
it's torture. Literally.
I never fail to.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I am through!
Thank God we have a...
You're up, little one. Powering up.
Just embrace the light.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Shields up.
Or a dagger.
Us against the world.
Feeling fantastic. Sometimes boyfriends.
Here comes trouble. They've almost got it.
Lights out.
Control C. My time to shine.
Feeling fantastic.
Us against the world. Look out behind you.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. What a difference.
Here they are.
The enemy has arrived.
Just embrace the light.
Lights out.
Control lost.
Force doesn't right hand. Us against the world.
Disappear.
Yeah, that seems about right. I'm really glad that Penny joined us at the end. I get 5.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I didn't do great there either, I'll admit. Probably should have backlined a bit more. Our guys were really spread out, though. Alright, ready? You get a like. You get a like. And you get a like. You definitely don't, because we already had 3 when you... Who did I have as my other desired characters?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Blade. I think Blade should be a duelist. Makes sense. I think Captain for Avengers. I think Blade should be a duelist. I think we should get Captain Marvel. She should be a Vanguard. I think she should be a flying Vanguard. I would limit the energy blast and focus more on energy punches, but just have her be a big flying
But they just don't know him.
Vanguard.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
All right,
ready.
hey, you know what? 2 supports, 3 duelists, and a Magneto. I'm okay with this.
Pleasure to see you, my dear.
I wish I could say the same, Father.
You may not be a true mutant, but you always do open for courtesy.
Thank you for the invite, but I think I will pass.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, as we saw in the...
Capture the mission area. Got it?
You won't run away anymore.
Help, friends.
My life energy grows stronger. Help. So cold. My time to shine. I'll get you next time.
A gift from Khonshu, or perhaps a curse.
Put some pep in my step.
Just embrace the light.
Feeling stronger already.
All is well.
Much better.
Oh, they do not look happy.
That's better. My time to shine.
Magic and magnetism.
Us against the world. Glad to help.
Up, and we're going right off the edge. We're right by the edge. Did he kill one of his allies too? Oh no, okay.
For mutant kind!
You get a web, and you get a web, and
My
you
time to
get a web.
shine.
Ah, here they are now. I feel like myself again.
Glad to help. I am healed.
Feeling stronger already.
I am ready to put on a show.
Friends, gather around.
You got a shield, Tandy.
Don't fall for it. She's effectively immortal.
You owe me one.
Moonlight mysticism was no match for mine.
Darkness, out there. Welcome to the Dark Force
I
dimension.
need assistance. My time to shine. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
On here. Step carefully. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Good.
Versions of me in every alternate dimension, huh?
Pretty much. Yeah.
So where do I rank on the list of reality's best fighters? Gotta be pretty high, right?
I mean, sorry, Peter, you're pretty dang near the top, but also dang near the middle.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Getting stronger already.
My time to shine. My life energy flows stronger.
You got a shield.
Keep going. My time to shine.
Much better.
Feeling good.
Try to be.
I'm gonna save the ults.
The moon haunts you. 气贯长虹.
Yeah, he went right for me. Oh, and he went for me and our Mantis back to back. Oh, that's pretty dang effective.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Truly your best.
Let's get Spider Zero where she needs to go.
Maximum pulse.
Who's next? Ah, that's good.
It's spider time!
Next time.
My life energy flows stronger. I am ready to put on a show! One must not give in to hate.
Ah, kind of missed.
Countless realities.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You got a shield, Tandy.
It pleases me to be helpful.
Sorry. No time to stop and buy new holocoms. We gotta keep moving.
Our destination is at hand, Zero.
Trick this enemy.
Much better.
Those are bad guys.
My time to shine.
I am much better.
A form of life.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Skip the world. Find that illuminating?
You got a shield, Tandy.
Okay, we got a nice path to walk along.
That's a yes. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Lights out. Machine player. We got you, Spider Zero. Let's ride.
Almost there.
My time to shine.
I feel like myself again.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Dang it, we're right by the edge again. He got 5 of us. Oh, dang.
Get that
Just KO is too damn efficient.
double KO.
I've only gotten 2 5 kills with Jeff, but I've got a bunch of 3 and 4s.
Tandy needs help.
I am wounded.
Running out of time to protect the web!
Armed and dangerous!
back to shed some light.
All right!
Peter Quill, unstoppable.
I am healed.
Rest easy now. You've earned it.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all.
Get that diesel moving again!
My time to shine.
Put some pep in my step.
I am ready to put on a show. Behold, Darkchild!
Friends, gather around!
Watch your back.
Need some help.
We are undefeatable!
Dagger's back.
Don't just focus on the payload
Only
a little
60
bit.
seconds left.
I get there was stuff going on behind you, but guys, you gotta do a little bit of pushing.
I feel like
Go.
myself again.
Some pep in my step.
So close. This is the best day of the world.
Damn it! Again! Did he get caught? What did he get caught on? Oh, because there was only two of us, he was trying to not run off.
This chance again.
The final 10 seconds! Perfect! Hex!
Hang in there, good. Go.
Stronger already.
For mutant kind!
Good. Thank God. Did you get anyone with that, Magneto?
Much better.
Fight alone. Score one for Dandy.
Friends, gather around! Another epic victory!
There you go. Alright, 13 KOs, 13 assists. I got my assist thing that I needed. Supports first, then tank, then MVP. I will say I think everyone did solid across the board. That other team was really good. Particularly their Luna and their Iron Fist. Their Hulk pushed a little bit. Their Winter Soldier was pretty solid. Jeff was good. Luna was alright. How much? Their Luna did a lot of healing, though. Not as much as me, though. Now we're tied for... Me and Mantis tied for the best assists. Not bad. Anyway, I was saying, I was throwing these out there. So we got everything we need here. So in our battle pass, we should have 600. So I can buy the gallery card. That was the whole purpose of this. I could have bought all 3 of these and been ready to unlock Magneto. And I bought all the important stuff on this page already. But I feel like that was the right decision. Right, because now we have Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. I unlocked this earlier today. And while it's really cool, hold on. Like, a lot of these are just cool images. Dracula, we know. Dracula versus Blade. So that's our first image confirmation of Blade. Slaying a giant monster. Could that be a Ratatoskr, maybe? I don't know. But the important thing is this image, because we have 4 important skins on here that we've seen before. Moon Knight in his Blood Moon skin, Adam Warlock's Vampire Killer skin, Old Man Wolverine Berserker Vampire Hunter skin, and the Blood Knight for Iron Man. But there's 2 other skins on here that look awesome. We have this cool Little Red Riding Hood, is what it reads from afar, but it might just be like a pillbox hat and a blood red scarf. Psylocke, and a Eldritch armored, vampire armed Winter Soldier. And I'm like, these are cool, and these are absolutely, they're probably going to come at the half-season mark, right? I really like the Psylocke, and I really like this golden, it kind of like matches Tony's armor. And the other question is, who the hell is this? Clearly a vampire. My mind goes immediately to, like, Lucas Cross. Who has been both white and black. But he was, Blade's father. Who was a vampire. So my mind goes, maybe it's Lucas Cross. The other one was Draconis. It could be a cool take on Draconis. Who are 2 of Blade's biggest villains, aside from Dracula. Dracula has a couple of kids. Lilith is one. But that's his daughter. So, it's probably not his daughter. Collapse, relative, sorry. But he has 2 sons, I believe, right? The ones I know, Janus, son of Dracula and Domini, and is it Zarus? The Shadow Colonel? Like, yeah, that could be really sick. The Blood Hunt, all that. So I'm like, that could be a cool character, right? Do make Blade's father, Lucas Cross, a general in the army of Dracula. Other characters I was thinking, I broke it down by team. Avengers, I think I talked about Blade, I talked about Captain Marvel, who I think would be a cool flying physical vanguard who uses energy to boost her physical attacks and has a few but not a lot of ranged attacks. Because you don't want to range, or if they are ranged, they're very short range. Because you don't want a tank flying as far as Iron Man, you know? Vision, strategist, have healing energy, but also have like the ability to bring people through walls. I think that would be huge. Ant-Man and Wasp, duelist. I think have them be a duo. Have Ant-Man have some like giant-sized attacks, while Wasp is kind of like a turret or a sentry that goes around and auto-attacks. I think that could be fun. Ghost Rider. Which Ghost Rider would I do? I mean, either is cool, but I would go Robbie Reyes just because I like his design a lot. Make him a Vanguard. Make him this incredibly slow but intense thing with the flaming chain. You know, it's cool. Shang-Chi, focus more on the weapon angle of Shang-Chi. He'd probably be a duelist, but that might be too similar to Lin Lei, so maybe make him a Vanguard. That could be cool. The Champions, Sam Alexander's Nova. Flying, very long-range character. Give him long-range energy blast, but make him weak. Make him a glass cannon who attacks from afar. America Chavez, give her star punches, maybe a portal-type ability. I don't know. You could do some fun stuff with that. I think the other champions are a little too similar to characters we got. I feel like Ms. Marvel is too similar to Reed Richards. I feel like Miles is too similar to Spider-Man. I feel like Viv would be too close to my version of Vision. The Runaways, you got 3 cool Runaways. Nico Minoru, Sister Grimm. Really cool character. I really love her. Strategist. Use the Staff of One, healing. Give her the rock arm from Avengers Academy. After she was murdered and brought back to life, she had this fake rock arm. This is the shot, yeah, this is the shot where she gets resurrected and has this giant arm made of the arena in which she died. And it drove her kind of insane. Yeah. Also, teenage goth girl. You know. You know that's gonna do well. Other one, Chase Stein from The Runaways. Not only does he have the Fistigons, which are pyrokinetic gloves that allow him to control and shape fire, so he can create fireballs, fires, cages, shoot rockets. He has X-ray goggles, and that would be a cool passive. Maybe he can like see invisible enemies. But probably the coolest thing, after his girlfriend died, she left behind to him a telepathic dinosaur. And he has a psychic bond with Old Lace, who's just a Deinonychus, not a raptor. A Deinonychus from the future with a psychic link with him. And I'm just saying, Chase does not get the love he deserves. The original creator of The Runaways saw him as a troubled kid who would one day become basically the next Captain America. That's his personality. He's been done dirty over the past few years, the past few runs of Runaways. The last one is Lucy in the Sky. Carolina Dean. Make her a Vanguard. She has such cool visuals. All these glowing lights. And she is just an alien tank. You know? And her ultimate love story is with a Skrull shape changer, and it's really cool. I really like Carolina as a character. Yeah. I think those are the three best characters from The Runaways to do. Make her a Vanguard, make Chase a duelist, and make Nico a strategist. Done. Avengers Academy. Hazmat. Really cool character. Radioactive blasts. Literally radiation is her deal, and she is insanely powerful. Come on. Also, she has a romance with a man made out of metal who can resist her powers. Probably the best known, like, she would be a really solid duelist or Vanguard. Next up, Reptile. Probably the most popular because he was in the superhero show and a couple of cartoons, so a lot of kids will have grown up on Reptile. And his deal is he can turn parts of his body into that of dinosaurs. He cannot fully go dinosaur for most of his runs. He eventually gains that ability, but he can turn parts of his body. He can gain, like, claws of a T-Rex, wings of a pterodactyl, you know, tails, legs, his face could turn into... Look at that, Stegosaur tail. Oh, there you go. Parts of him turning into dinosaurs. And this was the run when he and Hazmat were stuck in Avengers Arena. I'm sorry, just come on. Imagine how cool that would be. You're hopping around as a half dinosaur. Like, hopping from wall to wall. Not a lot of range. Oh, yeah, here he is from Superhero Show. The last one I was thinking of was Eva Ayala. This character's stocks are going to go up because her brother, Hector Ayala, is going to be in the upcoming Daredevil show, who's the White Tiger before her. And her whole deal is right here, magic necklace. She gets possessed by the Tiger God. So, you know, Black Panther. The heart-shaped herb lets them absorb the power of Bast, the Panther goddess. There is a sister god to the Panther, the Tiger. She is a totem. The same way Spider-Man is a totem of the Spider Gods. Black Panther, Shuri, all them totems of the Panther God. Eva Ayala is a totem of the Tiger God. So, you could start seeding in totem lore, which would eventually allow you to do a really cool villain with Morlun, who eats totems, particularly spider totems, and he's tied in inextricably with the story of Master Weaver and Spider-Zero, and the Web of Life and Destiny, him and his inheritors. And I think we absolutely need him as a villain in the MCU. But I think Eva Ayala would be awesome. Really cool hand-to-hand character. Just cool. She was in one of the Ultimate Spider-Man, I believe, right? She was in the Ultimate Spider-Man TV show. And I really genuinely liked her character there. Yeah, she's a really solid character. I think she would be awesome. I had two ideas for Inhumans. One of them for a duelist would be the queen of the Inhumans, Medusa. Medusalith. Who controls her hair. So she would be this big, walking along walls with her hair, using her hair to grapple. Kind of like Mr. Fantastic, but imagine she has a move where her hair goes out in every direction. She can grab every enemy, lift them up, and slam them down. So or a giant crowd control character. I think that would be cool. The other one I would picture as a joint character, because this is a cool character. Crystal. She might not look like much, but she can control all four elements. That's her power. She just controls the elements. So she can have limited flight, give her a slow fall with air manipulation, give her a ranged fire attack, let her create an earth shield directly in front of her. Oh, here's some concept art. Yeah, it's cool. But the thing I would do with her is I would make her a dual character. Her and Lockjaw. Have her ride Lockjaw into battle. Lockjaw is this big, goofy, teleporting dog. I mean, come on. How great is that? Big, goofy, teleport dog. I love Lockjaw. And then we're building the Pet Avengers, right? Right here. Throg, Lockheed, that's Goose and Redwing and Lockjaw. We have our Ghost Dog, Bats, and we have Jeff the Land Shark. Come on, eventually we'll get Kitty Pryde, and Kitty Pryde will come with Lockheed. Eventually we'll get Falcon, who will come with Redwing. I'm just saying, we're slowly building a team, you know? I think there would be a cool Vanguard. Right? An Earth Shield from Crystal, and Lockjaw with a slow, short-range teleportation, so not as powerful as Strange's Portal. X-Men, I don't really know the role some of these would fit. Nightcrawler would probably be a duelist, almost assuredly. Give him a teleport around, attacking enemies from crazy angles. Incredibly agile, acrobatic character. Cyclops, same. I could picture Cyclops being a duelist. With a reflective beam, maybe beams that go around corners. Maybe beams that have kind of like a tracking ability similar to Cloak and Dagger. Rogue would most likely be a Vanguard. Give her the big hair. Let her call people sugar. Her ultimate would be stealing powers, and unlike Loki, maybe she can't use them as long, but the whole benefit there is you can't tell what power they have. Where Loki turns into that character, Rogue, you wouldn't be able to tell, so maybe it's a smaller version of their power. I'm not sure how that would work. Gambit stocks are way up this year after his appearance in Deadpool Wolverine and his awesome role in 97. Phoenix has been mentioned in the lore as a cosmic force, so I assume we're 100% going to get Phoenix. Same with Emma Frost. Juggernaut and Emma both need to be Vanguards. Juggernaut, give him bonuses for walking through walls. Maybe like the more he walks through walls, the stronger he becomes, or the more terrain he destroys. And make him resistant to headshots, because he's got the helmet. Bam. Or maybe it's like, hey, every time Juggernaut receives a headshot, his ultimate charges faster. Emma Frost, give her Psychic Bolts, give her a Diamond form, that's her Vanguard shield form, you know. That one's pretty easy. Defenders, Daredevil, give him passives, he can see invisible characters, that's just a straight passive, and his ultimate is he can see through the map and see all enemy positions. And maybe, like, call them out, and he can mark enemy positions through the map so everyone can see them. That's kind of a broken ult when you're strategizing. Luke Cage, Vanguard, obviously. So Daredevil would probably be kind of a hybrid strategist duelist, in my book. Luke Cage would 100% be a Vanguard. The whole point of him when he was Power Man, he's unbreakable, right? Jessica Jones would probably be a duelist, but could be a Vanguard. I don't know about Elektra. I just threw her in there. Guardians. If the leaks are true, and I don't always believe leaks, we're going to be getting Angela, who is awesome. Angela is from the Spawn comics. That's where she got it. So in a Todd McFarlane alternate reality, but her character, the rights were eventually reacquired along with a bunch of other properties by Marvel. And she was brought in as the oldest daughter of Odin. Before Hela, Loki, Thor, before all them. Loki wasn't a child or a daughter. Neither was Thor. Loki was adopted, we all know that. Angela was taken to another world, essentially stolen by the Judeo-Christian pantheon and raised among angels. If I'm remembering that correctly. So she was raised to be a champion of justice, and there was a short while where she joined the Guardians of the Galaxy. So she would tie in with the Yigsguard stuff, but could also be a connecting point with the Guardians of the Galaxy. And I mean, just look how many friggin' potential costumes you get with Angela. Right? Like, do something like this as her main skin with the gold armor. And then all the more goonery skins. Something like that, that's badass. Damn. All right. Make her a Vanguard. You know, give her a deflect. Make her a more dive-focused character. Villains. Villains, I would love to see. We know Ultron's coming. Ultron is most likely going to be a strategist who's all about healing with drones and stuff. I think Taskmaster would be amazing. And Taskmaster could be like... His ultimate would be he gains power for every enemy he's damaged or something along those lines. Or as a passive, like the more enemies you damage, the more effective you become. So essentially you're marking an enemy. If you mark an enemy, you take less damage from them and you do more damage to them. Because you're studying their moves, would be like the in-game lore, right? MODOK. MODOK I could see either being a Vanguard or a strategist. I mean, he's the machine organism designed only for killing. So I would hopefully it would be Vanguard. Green Goblin is going to be a duelist. He's going to be flying around. He's going to be dropping the jack-o'-lantern bombs, the pumpkin bombs. I think Killmonger is a no-brainer. I think as a Vanguard, Absorbing Man is a no-brainer. And it could be like he can absorb powers, he can absorb energy, he can absorb the parts of the stage, so maybe his ultimate takes a different form based on which stage you're in. Like on Clintar, he absorbs some symbiote goo. But on Wakanda, he absorbs vibranium. And it has a different effect. And he, of course, would be equipped with his Wrecking Ball. Tie him in with more of the stuff from the Immortal Hulk when he gets a little more powerful. I think Mr. Sinister is a great X-Men villain to incorporate into this. He has so much powers. He's so manipulative. Give him his, like, shadowy form where he's moving along the ground as a shadow. You could go either any route with this. You can go Vanguard, because he's this big, tough villain. You can go... because he has the genetic angle, you can go strategist. I think we have a big push for Fantastic Four, so I think Super Skrull is an amazing character. Not only would he be able to disguise himself like a cool strategist, he has all the powers of the Fantastic Four, so maybe give him a Mr. Fantastic stretch, but maybe make it like a Spider-Man or a Venom swing, using his stretching scroll arms. Then a big thing, ground pound to do a knockback, a heal with Sue Storm, Invisible Woman's power, and maybe a short range fireball. So that's how you could do a Super Skrull strategist. I think he's an incredibly underrated villain. He would absolutely be a so let me just quickly throw these up. What did I say? So we know Ultron, but Taskmaster, and you go classic Taskmaster. You go the skull, the white cloak, the 9 yards. Ultron, if the leaks are to believe, he's already in, so I don't know, but I would absolutely do a James Spader. I would rock an Age of Ultron, but there's so many cool concepts for what Ultron could look like, because he's had so many variations. Right? The gold from the Age of Ultron. Oh, that was such a good comic. I loved it. Yeah, insane. You could do Infinity Ultron. There's a lot. You could do more classic Ultron. Everyone knows Goofy MODOK. I would absolutely do more of the gray skin one and not so much the horrifying nightmare from Quantumania, which was just embarrassing. Killmonger is fire, and I would absolutely do a variation based on MCU, because that would sell gangbusters money. I would probably change the costume and would not do the Gold Panther, essentially, version, because I feel like that wouldn't be visually distinct enough. Right? So I would base him more on this, or his comic counterpart. I would not do the Gold Panther version. Right? Maybe give him the mask like this. That'd be sick. I would not give him that, though. This is a no-go, because it looks too similar to Black Panther. It would be too visually confusing in the middle of combat, you know? Absorbing Man. He's just a guy with a wrecking ball, but he can absorb things. He can absorb walls, metal. He can absorb energy. And I could feel like this could be a really cool character. Like, maybe the more certain attacks are used on him, the less effective they become because he's absorbing them. He can absorb weapons. I don't know. There's a lot of potential there. Yeah. Clert with all the powers of the Fantastic Four. The giant flaming rock fist would be his ult, because of course it friggin' will. Look at that. He becomes invisible and Stretchy slams a giant flaming rock fist down on people like a meteor. And finally, I think of underrated villain, who his run in the recent Immortal Hulk from a few years ago. Second time I've mentioned that because it was a really amazing comic. Like only 50 issues, but an amazing run. If you could find that somewhere, I highly recommend it. It's an amazing read. The leader's machinations in that comic were so cool. You make him a strategist, give him weaponry that's based around healing and doing damage from afar. And I don't know how you would translate his manipulative nature into this. But for his final... Oh, yeah, there you go. There are those who follow and there are those who lead. His Immortal comic version was so insane. And there's stuff that ties in with one of literally the source of all evil in Marvel, and it ties in really coolly and really well. All the stuff with the green door. It was so wild. Yeah, the Hulk Green Door storyline was really cool. All the stuff with Devil Hulk might be some of my favorite Hulk stuff we've ever gotten. And it ties in all Hulk lore. It ties in Red Hulk, Red She-Hulk, who becomes Harpy. It ties in Amadeus Cho. It ties in his death at the hand of Hawkeye. If you can read it, I would recommend it. Oh, this jackass. Really compelling villain, but ties in Rick Jones in interesting ways. Doc Samson. Sandman. I think Sandman would be an amazing Vanguard who could turn into sand and maybe like carry characters on a giant cloud of sand across the battlefield for like rapid movement, or ult into a giant sand monster. And finally, Kraven the Hunter. Throwing spears, using weaponry, using blades, using guns. There's so much you could do with Kraven. And then I think we should have NPC villains. The same way we have Doom and Dracula, who are these, and Null, who are these big looming threats that I don't think are going to be playable. Or at least not in the immediate future. I think these characters have the potential to be like that. Apocalypse. Because he is, to the X-Men, what Thanos and Doom are to the Avengers, right? He is just the ultimate looming threat. Apocalypse, come on. And then you do a whole line of Age of Apocalypse skins. Of all the characters half techno-organic virused out. Kang the Conqueror. Tie in a microverse stuff and time travel and... Yeah, and then that's how you can bring back a bunch of like super old classic looks. Thanos, that's obvious. The Mandarin. I think that would be cool, and I think that's how you can bring in more of the Eastern mythological characters, and maybe you could tie that in with Kunlun and the Seven Cities that have combined, and bring in some Iron Fist villains, some Swordmaster villains, some Agents of Atlas characters and villains. Annihilus, obviously a big Fantastic Four villain, and Wilson Fisk. Because I don't think these 6 characters would make amazing playable characters. They probably could. They probably would. But I think they make bigger looming threats. I got that. I got those. I got that. That's just all stuff I did. Got that. I got that. This is all just stuff I was working on. Okay. We know the Collector's Menagerie theme park and arena are levels. I think that would be an amazing domination map. The Menagerie is where Mantis, Psylocke, and Jeff the Landshark were captured and kept as like at a zoo. You do an alien zoo, fill it with characters, do a theme park, and then do a battle arena where characters have to fight themselves. That's 1, 2, 3. It's made for it. Krakoa or Arakko would both be incredible maps. The Living Island or just Mars. Arakko is the mutant settlement on Mars. Both mentioned in lore. Same with the 7 capital cities of heaven that have been merged into one. Make that a convergence map, you're set. Latveria and Castle Doom. I think that should be the culmination of this, however many story arcs we get. Season 1 is based on Manhattan. I'm guessing Season 2 will be based on either Wakanda or 2099. So Wakanda would be Null, and 2099 would be Master Weaver. So I'm betting that's how we're going to have those. And then I'm betting Season 4 will be based on the God Battle. And I'm guessing that's going to end with Doom. Or Season 5 will be the finale, and that will be Doom. Because if you think about it, it's about 3 months per. This end of Season 4 will be a full year of content. So I figure Season 4 will end with Doom being the boss. So I think an awesome level there would be Doom. And that's where you do Latveria and Castle Doom as a match. Other places that would be cool, New Atlan, the home of the Inhumans on the moon. It's a city on the moon. What else do you need? Los Diablos military base is mentioned in lore, but it's also where Bruce Banner became the Hulk for the first time, testing the Gamma Bomb. Bam. Talokan, or Atlantis, whatever you want to call it, for Namor. We know he's waging war on the surface. Make it a level. Nowhere for the Guardians. That would be awesome. Jeju Island is mentioned in lore. So was this, and it's just a tropical Korean resort. The Savage Lands, which is in the middle of Antarctica, not far from the Hydra base, is a primal jungle filled with friggin' dinosaurs. Speaking of which, Sauron. Mentioned in lore, giant psychic mind-controlling pterodactyl man. Who's sometimes a cyborg. But I mean, come on. Great villain. I had a toy of him as a kid that I love. And if you do Sauron, you could also do Khazar. And I'm blanking on his tiger. Saab. Yeah. Khazar, Lord of the Savage Land, though. Come on. He's just a caveman who fights with a sword. But he's a lost child who was raised in the Savage Lands. Fights with a knife. And he has a pet saber-toothed tiger that he fights alongside. can't you imagine running around riding the saber-toothed tiger? Zabu, that's it. Riding the saber-toothed tiger into battle, throwing spears, swiping with a knife, or hopping off to fight alongside him. And he acts as an AI fighting alongside you, and maybe you could target him at certain enemies. That just works. The other character that I don't know how it would work is Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, who is a young girl who partners up with a giant psychic dinosaur who is from the future. I don't remember Devil Dinosaur's whole deal. But yeah, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. And it's going to be a Disney Plus show. Or it was, I don't know. Yeah, I think Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur would be a lot of fun. But I don't know how you would do a giant dinosaur as a character. It would have to be something more manageable. I don't know, maybe you make Moon Girl a character and have her summon Devil Dinosaur? I don't know. The other character that there's been rumors about that I would love, because I enjoyed the show, is Hitmonkey, who's a very silly character, who has killed Deadpool a lot. There you go. He's teamed up with Spider-Man a bunch. Is Hitmonkey. And you have just a friggin' John Wick baboon. Look at them. Come on. I love Hitmonkey. So here for other. Oh, and I obviously didn't mention Deadpool. Who I would like to not be a duelist. I would like him to be a Vanguard, because he just endlessly takes hits. He is an okay fighter. He does mediocre damage, but he just takes non-stop punishment. And that's his whole deal. Yeah. Sorry. Shield Helicarrier. It's the most, I think, iconic location in Marvel. Modern, and in nowadays, at least, is the Shield Helicarrier. And I could absolutely see it being like a Convergence map or a Domination map. I don't know. Madripoor, I think, would be awesome. A super dense, multi-leveled, kind of like techno neon Asian inspired city. I could see that being awesome. Maybe make it a little more like the walled city of Kowloon, but like a Kowloon meets Las Vegas. Here, Kowloon walled city, actual place. Very tight corridors, buildings built on top of buildings, built on top of buildings. City of Anarchy, call it whatever you want. But, like, imagine something like this. Something like the Undercity would be very walled city of Kowloon, mixed with, like, a high neon Vegas. You know? I think that would be awesome. When I was talking about the X-Men stuff, because Madripoor is often tied in with the X-Men, so is Krakoa and Arakko. I was talking to someone, and they said, why not do Xavier's Mansion? Because that's the most iconic X-Men setting. I think Krakoa would be better, because it's more visually diverse. It's bigger. You could do more stuff with the maps. I'm sure you could do a lot with the X-Mansion. I think the X-Mansion would be better if it was its own isolated game mode, like the Sanctum Sanctorum is for Doctor Strange. And then you could have, like, the training halls, the danger room, Cerebro, as all these different locations you visit within this one isolated map. Like the Doom matches in Doctor Strange's Sanctuary. Ego the Living Planet. Tie it in with the space group. Have Ego be an ever-changing battlefield. I think that'd be dope. Sakaar. You could tie in a lot with the World War Hulk stuff. Radiation, maybe like growing plants and armies are there. I don't know how you would do Sakaar. Asteroid M, a giant magnetically protected fortress on a asteroid hurtling through space. The Negative Zone prison. This could tie in with the Fantastic Four. This could tie in with Annihilus. It's in the Negative Zone, which is run by Annihilus, but it's a prison built by Reed Richards. Prison 42, I believe it was called, during Civil War. And then another 3-stage map, the Microverse. So it would be the city... it would be like the Quantum Realm scenes would be here from Ant-Man and Wasp, and Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumania. Then have the Microverse be like the microscopic forests and tardigrades, and Chronopolis would be the city of, ruled by Kang the Conqueror in the Microverse. Done. There's a lot of potential there, you know? All right. So there is lore. So it's 6 a.m. I'm still not sleepy. Okay. So last I left off, I read up to Moon Knight. Yeah. So that leaves me 2 more rows. Alright. Namor. Last we saw Namor, he was in one of the same world as Luna Snow, which I believe is our regular world. We don't have confirmation of that. Luna saved an island from... Monstro, who is the creator of the spawn that Namor summons, but not the whale that he summons. That's a different monster. And he said he was going to take over Jeju Island. What's his thing? He summons Giganto. That was it. And these are spawn of Monstro.
Protect your king.
Alright, so I noticed all of them have 3. I'm wondering when these are going to unlock. Born between a union of a human and Atlantean, Namor has always been a man of 2 worlds, proudly rules. After swimming tension, Namor has finally decided time is right. He sought the aid of his mutant allies living on Krakoa to aid him as he sets his sights on his new prize, Jeju Island. I'm gonna grab a drink while I'm waiting. Ugh. Alright. Atlantis attack. More than 2/3 of the planet's surface is covered in water. One might think those seemingly endless ocean depths would be far more than any single man could rule. When that single man is Namor, the sovereign of the 7 seas, there's always room to expand the empire. Well, his throne sat in the kingdom of Talokan. It was Namor who united the undersea civilizations, from Atlantis to Lemuria, under his reign. Millions of sea-breathing soldiers and countless creatures of the deep all bowed to his presence and answered his every call. But still Namor craved more, and he knew where to find it. Most of his people had only known a life beneath the waves, But Namor was a man of two worlds. True, it had been years since he lived among the surface dwellers, but there was no denying that part of him yearned to feel the air on his lungs and the sun on his skin once more. In order to do so, he would first have to deal with one of the greatest threats the Earth had ever known: humankind itself. Unlike Namor's seafaring subjects who lived in harmony with their undersea environment, the humans who lived on the land above had proven themselves to be a danger to the planet time and time again. Their careless ways poisoning the water that Namor's people breathed and threatened to bring the oceans themselves to a boil. Their scientists had warned that it wouldn't be long before the seas began to rise. If Namor had his way, the people who inhabited those seas would rise even sooner. For years, Namor had been planning an all-out assault on the surface in order to claim it as his own. Now the time had finally come. Before it was too late. The plan had been laid. The first battle for control would take place on a gem in the Pacific, Jeju Island. Even when the vast army was back, Namor knew those on the surface who would stand in his way, beings with great power who believed themselves to be Earth's champions. If he had hoped to stand a chance against the arrogant air breathers, he would need a strategic alliance with a few of them. Thus, he chose to accept the invitation of an old ally and decided to pay a visit to another island before setting foot on Jeju. As the drums of war reverberated, the King of the Sea set his course for the island nation of Krakoa, home of the mutants. Last we heard from the mutants was Magneto, who allied with Scarlet Witch from another world, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Magic to rebuild Cerebro, and he sends Namor. Getting to Krakoa was not simple as swimming through the shore, though. The Sentient Island had been swept up in a coronal tempest and transported to a distant future. Thanks to a gift of a simple seed that he had planted in the silt at the bottom of the ocean, Namor was able to grow a gateway that delivered him across dimensional barriers to the shallows off the Krakoan coastline. When he emerged from the water, Namor found a group of emissaries awaiting. There were two respected mutant leaders, the weather manipulator called Storm and the teleporting sorceress known as Magic. At the front of the group stood a man who had extended the invitation to Namor, the mutant master of magnetism known as Magneto. "I was not sure you would be coming," Magneto said, sweeping his cape alongside with a regal motion as he gestured for Namor to come ashore. "How could I resist such an exclusive form of travel?" Namor replied. "It is not every day that one can swim through a circle of kelp and arrive a century in the future. A journey few will ever have a chance to experience, one reserved only for our people, for mutants. I would think carefully before you choose to claim me as one of your own, old friend. Krakoa does not lie. If you could cross through the gates, you are one of us. Your genetics are unique, an anomaly compared to both races that spawned you. Like each and every one of us who calls Krakoa home, you are something more, something superior." "I have been telling people that for decades," Namor laughed. "If only they had listened." "I know that look in your eyes all too well, Namor," Magneto said, his stoic gaze revealing the slightest hint of concern. It is the look of a man who's about to make sure his foes start listening by any means necessary. "If you know me as you claim, you're fully aware of my long-standing quarrel with humanity. They have plundered the planet's resources and have polluted its splendor. They are a cancer that must be wiped from existence if my people are to survive. As we've established, we are your people as well, and we have always believed that peaceful coexistence is the key to survival. I am well aware of Charles Xavier's grand delusions." Is that the first name drop we've gotten for Xavier? Oh no, we got him mentioned during Magneto's. Last I checked, isolating your entire race on a secluded island is peaceful, but far cry from coexistence. Her eyes begin to crackle with lightning as Namor's insolent words. Without a moment's hesitation, Magneto stepped forward, strategically positioning himself between his most trusted ally and their distinguished guest. "We have forged a proud nation here on Krakoa, and while the humans still occasionally prove to be thorns on our side, we have managed to build relationships with them that have proven to be mutually beneficial. For now, until they find yet another justification for unleashing their killing machines upon your populace. If you're looking for war," said Magic, extending her blade of the fabled soul sword in Namor's direction, I happen to know a few in other dimensions that are worth fighting. There's no need to start one of your own. I did not start this conflict, but the King of the Seas shall finish it. With or without your aid, so swears Namor. With that, Namor turned a bit to wade back to the shallows, lapping at Krakoa's shore. Stopped a moment. We respect your plight, and we will not sit idly by as your people are endangered. You are one of us, and mutants take care of their own. Should you need us, we will stand by your side. Namor said, perhaps a moment too soon, but be wary. I have witnessed genocide firsthand, and I will not allow it to be perpetrated again. Not even against the humans, and certainly not by one of our own. On Krakoa, we live by a simpler rule. Murder no man. You would be wise to heed it. Namor and Magneto locked eyes for a tense moment, and the King of the Seas dove back into the ocean without a word, swimming with tremendous speed back through the gateway that brought him to the Isle of Mutants. As Namor sat on his throne pondering his next move, Magneto's warning echoed in his head, drowning out the cold silence of the ocean floor. It had always been clear that the impending battle against humans would not be easy. Now Namor would have to be even more cautious if he wished not to add another race of air breathers to his list of enemies. Namor had always been many things, warrior and mutant and king. Cautious had never been one. Gather our greatest warriors, Namor said to his trusted advisors, summon the most ferocious beasts. Today we bring humanity to its knees. Today we claim Jeju Island in the name of Talokan. Wait. And tomorrow, if need be, Krakoa shall follow. Alright, Namor. You're a psychopath. Well, first, that does confirm one thing for me. That Jeju Island with Luna and Namor are in the main timeline. Okay. So that was simple enough. Namor. Okay. Plans to invade the surface and kill all humans, starting with Jeju. Forms a tepid alliance with the mutants of Krakoa in 2099. Is warned not to kill heedlessly. He wants to. Alright. Penny Parker and Spider. Wow. They keep Shin Shibuya safe, like her father before her. Their mission is bigger than one city. Since the time stream entanglement, Penny and Spider have devoted themselves to protecting the web of life. So Penny's 2099 with Mantis and Jeff on Clintar, the Sorceress Supreme. Allied with Magic, allied with Magneto. 2099. Manhattan, I believe. 2099. Present-day Then Wakanda. Don't know about Venom yet. I don't think we've heard of Venny. Most likely Asgard. Haven't heard about Punisher yet. Krakoa and Clintar. So we know where most of these characters are. It sure would be sad, thought Penny as she climbed to the hot springs ready for next patrol. It sure would be easy to be sad. She lost her parents. The world had turned completely upside down because some guy named Doom scrambled all time, ruining the web of life and destiny or whatever. It wasn't bad. She was in Tokyo and was set to miss every high school event in New York for the next forever. Seriously heavy stuff. But at least she would get to skip finals. She also put had a lot of time to put her dad's spider mech through its paces and work in his old lab. It wasn't easy letting herself get bitten by a radioactive spider, but Penny would have done it 100 times over to be able to follow in her dad's footsteps. She's linked to Spider, fighting bad guys and protecting not just Tokyo, but time and space. Plus, there's this Chronovium stuff everywhere. What is it? She knew people were after it, but what did it do? She'd run some experiments, like crystallized time. Didn't explain much. Next time Penny took Spider in for maintenance and upgrades, she planned to spend a little more time figuring exactly what Chronovium could do. Life was better when you focus on the positive. She needed to remind herself that. Weird slew of weirdos from other timelines that probably didn't know they were threatening to collapse all time and space, or were they? Those details weren't really clear to Penny, but she loved hearing the Master Weaver and his apprentice, Spider Zero, argue about it. And she knew that when push came to shove, as it often did since the entanglement, she and Spider would defend the web, even on mundane patrols. That meant defending both the Master Weaver and Spider Zero, who were always so preoccupied with mending and weaving that they never noticed that they were being attacked, like right now. A single Doombot angled toward the nexus at the heart of the web. Master Weaver never noticed it. Penny did. Though she had a plan on Spider. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Spider was. Penny tensed and Spider leapt to the web. She'd been sitting on, falling toward the Doombot. It hit the ground somewhere in Shinjuku. Spider might be able to handle the fall, but the shock wouldn't do Penny any good. But her timing was just perfect. The Doombot noticed her far too late. As she shot her own webs out from Spider's spinnerets and used a web strand to snap her around in a long arc, the Doombot barely turned around when Spider slammed into it feet first. Sparks shot out from its chassis and bits of armor plating stuck to nearby strands of the web as the Doombot tumbled away into the neon-speckled darkness below. Penny finished off the maneuver with thruster-assisted double somersault, landing her on the upper strand of the web, close enough to the nexus where she could see both Master and Spider Zero. They were talking, and Penny didn't want to interrupt, so she hung upside down, just because, until Spider Zero headed out to one of the web's strands, making little repairs as she went. She noticed Spider Zero removing stuck bits of Doombot armor. It felt guilty. But hey, she'd done what a hero had to do, protect the web. Still, did either Doom ever run into those things? I suspect not, a familiar voice said by her side. Penny jumped. It was Master Weaver. Hey, did you read my mind? Not exactly. I sensed certain vibrations in the web, and they suggested to me what you were thinking. Right, same diff. Hey, I've been meaning to ask. I've been doing some experiments in my dad's lab. And Chronovium, what is it exactly? Here it has become part of the web. But all things are ultimately part of the web. So, that answers what happened to the Chronovium in 2099. It's merged with the web. In Yggdrasil, it merged with the sap of Yggdrasil. In Manhattan, it became Blood Chronovium. And in the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, it became Vibranium Chronovium. That was a super Master Weaver thing. It didn't really bring a lot of clarity. Before Penny could rephrase, the Master Weaver had passed on another part of the web. She decided to take the same question to Spider Zero. When was Doom going to attack the web itself? It seemed like nearly a near certainty, since they were just about always Doombots about, but nobody ever wanted to talk about it. Penny didn't know whether it was because she didn't know or didn't want to tell her because she was a kid, or some other stupid reason. She felt strongly that Doom attacking the web was a logical next step for him. Either of them, they had to be ready. As she approached Spider Zero, Penny was baffled to see the Weaver's apprentice doing something with paper. At the distance, it was hard to tell. She vaulted over to another strand and zigzagging along till she got close enough. See, Spider Zero was dropping little pieces of Chronovium into some of the portals. Chronovium in the web was kind of sticky. And it looked like Spider Zero was, yeah, she was writing something on pieces of paper and sticking those pieces of paper to Chronovium. What are you writing? A message to another version of myself, Spider Zero said. How do you know where to find other versions of yourself? It's part of what the Master Weaver is teaching me. I can listen in on an infinite number of other worlds and futures. Sometimes I can make a little conducting motion with both hands. Influence them a little. So you could do something about Doom? Or the entanglement? Penny thought. Maybe even saving her father. Couldn't bring herself to say it. Was it even possible? Spider Zero was watching her as if she could see her emotional tug of war. Possibly. If you'll forgive the expression, a very tangled web. Tugging on one strand will have all kinds of unpredictable effects. I wouldn't take any action until I've had more time to trace the path of each strand. How much time? Don't know. More than we've got. Okay, so there are more Doombots climbing the web to get you, and the Master Weaver. Penny had just spotted them jetting upward from the ground. Uh-huh. She scribbled something on a piece of paper and stuck it to a bit of Chronovium. Then she pushed through a tiny portal that opened briefly, like a soap bubble, by her hand. The minute she pushed the message through, the portal was gone. A split second later, all 3 Doombots were gone too, swallowed up by a larger version of the portal that appeared. Whoa, that's definitely cooler than what I did. It's not a competition. We all protect the web in our own way. Speaking of that, you guys know that sooner or later Doom is going to get sick of sending Doombots, and when he does, he'll show up to finish the job. Wouldn't surprise me. Shouldn't we do something about that? What makes you think we aren't? You sound more and more like the Weaver every day. Spider Zero smiled. He's teaching me a lot, you know. I think you've grown a lot since you started protecting the web. Said Penny, feeling good. I have to repair that, Spider Zero said. I had to. Dangling at the the strands that Penny fought while fighting Doombot. I had to, I know. I'm not angry. I just have to repair the web. That's what I do, that's who I am, and without the web, I know. After the time stream entanglement, the web was more important than ever. It wasn't just the Dooms they had to worry about, but any other dimension-hopping villain or creature that might appear at any moment and destroy the web or the Weaver. Or they might try to destroy Tokyo or Japan or the world or all worlds. Penny Parker was on patrol. That should be the banner. Penny Parker on patrol. How cool would that be? To have her own banner that followed her around. Making sound effects. I wish my father could see this. My father is also dead. But I think he'd be proud of the work I do here. Same for you. Okay. Cute. So Penny was the first of the web warriors in this world. It's 2... Okay, pretty simple. Pretty basic. That's just the basics of it. So we know 2099. There you go. Still don't know where Collector Base and the Cities of Heaven are, though. Psylocke! Speaking of, we know a little bit, we know she's with... Okay. A wandering warrior in feudal Japan, the telepathic ninja known as Sai had devoted herself to striking down ancient demons and monsters. With her wolf Logan by her side, Psylocke won't rest until all the yokai have fallen by her psychic blade. So this is... not Quenin. Sai was ripped from her reality by the TSE and put on display by the Collector alongside newfound allies who escaped her cage and learned that other familiar warriors might be out there. Her new quest to gather those heroes, end this conflict, and return home. Hence why she's so... like, this is classic Psylocke. So she's from just a whole new reality we've never seen before. Let me, what did it say there? Kisa? Because it's Betsy Braddock's mind inside the body of Quenin. Right? And they switch back and forth. But then who is Sai? I don't know if we've ever... Ah. It's us from the King in Black Run. Maybe I just don't remember that. Aww. Well, that's sick. So this Psylocke is from just a whole other universe. Then, Sai stood at the edge of a dense forest as she watched it burn. She had not wanted to leave so much destruction in her wake, but the stoic warrior knew all too well, when demons rise, sometimes there's no other option but to reduce the world to ash. For months, the people of the small village at the base of Mount Chiaru had been terrorized by a horde of insect demons that skittered around their city at night, stealing away innocent villagers. An elder of the village had heard the tale of Sai's triumph over Orochi, and thought that if anyone could bring the demons to justice, it would be her. I saw that on here, and I clicked on Orochi. Yamata no Orochi. From Demon Days. Let me check. Was possessed by Venom. Let's see if I can see an image of it. Alright, there you go. It's just this. Sai soon proved she would live up to the legends, locating the hive of the insect brood in a cave. She sent in her companion, the wolf named Logan, to lure them out. When the beasts emerged, Sai was waiting, psionic swords drawn and ready. At first, she held her own against the creatures, dispatching them with sharp bursts of her psychic energy, but it wasn't long before she found herself overwhelmed by the sheer number. They clambered up the trees around her, ready to strike from above with their poison-tipped tails. She had only one choice. She reached in her satchel, pulled out a handful of fireworks given to her by her friend Juju. Jubilee? From another pouch in her belt, she received a small piece of flint she used to light campfires. Sai set the fireworks off at the top of the flint and raised her sword high as the beast ascended. With a powerful strike of her sword, the flint sparked and the fireworks ignited. She ducked for cover behind a thick tree. The barrage of explosions erupted, sending blazing broodlings scattering in every direction. Is that a reference to the Brood? I would say yes. Okay. As the mountain forest became a raging inferno, Sai entered the cave and found the queen of the strange demons. It took every ounce of skill and training to avoid becoming the hideous creature's next victim, but before long, she got close enough to plunge her psionic sword into the queen's black heart. As she did, she could feel the searing pain of every insect connected to the demon's hive mind. It overloaded Sai's senses, leaving her on the brink of collapse as she staggered back. Logan came to her aid once again, dragging Sai just beyond the border of the burning forest, licking her wounds until she regained strength. It was a brutal battle, yet another Sai had won. Fewer demons in the world, the better. She reached beside her to scratch the head of a loyal companion against yokai and oni of all shapes and sizes. Without ever opening her mouth, Sai whispered, "Good boy, now come, we have a prize to claim." Sai pulled round her sedge hat upon her head, covering her purple hair. She began to walk from the flaming trees back to the village. As they got closer, Logan sniffed the air frantically and began to growl. "What's the matter, friend?" A strange doorway opened in front of her. Out of thin air, a mysterious figure was about to cross from the other side. Before she could draw the blade, she felt pain surge through her body unlike any she experienced. It was as if she'd been hit by the Hulk Maru himself. Perhaps the demons had finally gotten their revenge. It was only a matter of time. Logan howled and everything faded to black. "Now, what's on your mind, Mantis?" asked Sai. Sai knew... full well the strange woman named Mantis had mental abilities similar to her own. She could have easily read Sai's mind if she wished. However, Mantis generally seemed to want to respect her friend's boundaries. Sai appreciated that. Where I come from and where we are going. Much time had passed since the fateful day on Mount Chiaru. More than Sai cared to remember. When she awoke, she found herself trapped inside a heavily reinforced enclosure, part of a display in an alien menagerie. Its benefactor, an elder of the universe known as the Collector, had gathered countless species from across space and time, so his patrons could stare at the rare and deadly creatures from the safety of their other side of the glass. Tell me that would not make an amazing level. Sai wanted nothing more to be free, to find her way back home to her own world, to Logan. To a chance at her fellow captive, Mantis staged an escape. Along with Mantis and another strange creature, an unusually cute quadrupedal shark named Jeff, Sai fought her way through the Collector's theme park to a vessel. She had no idea where they were going. "Mer?" Jeff shouted. "What is it, Jeff?" "He wants us to follow him." Darted toward the back of the ship again. Sai led them to the rear of the spacecraft and jumped onto a console where he could see a large viewport. He started motioning frantically with one of his feet pointing out the window. "I don't see anything," Sai said as she gazed into the dark void of space. There was nothing behind them but darkness and a bit of debris. "I don't think that's what he saw. It's what he felt. Someone is following us." She took a moment to focus her mind, and she felt it too. She heard inside, the chatter of alien voices growing ever closer. She did not understand how anything could soar through space, But if she and her companions had managed to do it so easily, perhaps others could do the same without being detected. Just then, a massive ship materialized behind them. 10 times larger than the craft they had stolen. On its hull, the same marking that Sai had seen throughout the theme park. The crest of the Collector. Mantis raced back to the cockpit and grabbed hold of the throttle. Jeff mewed with excitement. I learned this trick from Peter Quill, Mantis said. The tiny ship lunged forward, reaching its top speeds. Don't tell him I stole it. I don't even know who that is. Well, I hope you get to meet him if we manage to survive. Mantis pushed their vessel beyond its limits, but the Collector's battleship managed to keep up with its pace. Pulling sharply on the ship's yoke, Mantis diverted the craft into a belt of floating debris, narrowly dodging giant rocks, and the scrap from the other ships that were unfortunate enough to have such a deft navigator at their helm. Emerging on the other side of the asteroid field, Sai was caught off guard by what she saw. Not the Collector's battleship, but something nearly as large, and it was alive. Yokai, she breathed, as an enormous whale-like creature floating with them. No, a Kanti. Mantis touched Sai's shoulders, and the warrior's mind was flooded with image of spectacular space whales, traveling in pods and singing rapturous songs that echoed through the cosmos. Mantis had clearly encountered these majestic creatures before during her travels with the Guardians of the Galaxy, and was now sharing them with Sai via telepathy. But this lone Akanti was nothing like the one in Mantis' mind. It did not sing, but was rather wailed in pain. Even Jeff could hardly bear to hear its mournful cries. Mantis reached out to the Akanti with her powers, letting it know she was a friend of its kind, and she was in danger. She begged the creature for help, and promised to return the favor in any way she could. The Akanti understood, opened its massive maw, allowing the tiny ship to fly inside. As they took safe harbor inside the mouth, she felt something familiar. A skittering sensation, something she hadn't felt since her time on Mount Shiaru. I know what's ailing this creature. What could possibly bring an Akanti so much sorrow? Demons. This time, it was Sai who opened her mind eyes for Mantis. She caught a glimpse of Sai's epic battle against the insect-like monsters in her home reality, their teeth gnashing as their claws slashed. Those aren't demons. Recognize them. They're aliens, a nasty race of parasites called the Brood. I knew it! Broodlings. Please. I don't know. I don't remember Akanti. Oh yeah, there you go. A big old space whale. But of course, the Brood are... Time to wake up for work. We don't have work today. The Brood are... We have Xenomorph at home. Big enemies of the X-Men and Captain Marvel. Back when she was Miss Marvel. Well, they picked one hell of a cave to make their home. As she mused, looked at the craft of the interior of Akanti's cavernous gullet. Mantis grabbed a breathing mask off the wall of the ship and placed it over her face. The Brood are a particularly vicious race. How did you defeat them? With fire, but that's not an option here. Agreed. Even if we did have oxygen to burn, I highly doubt the Akanti would be thrilled. Mer? No, Jeff, I'm sorry to say it, but I don't think we can just talk it out with the Brood. Perhaps we can. The last time I encountered the creatures, I was able to momentarily connect with their hive mind. I see where you're going with this, but we need to find the Brood Queen if we want this to work. Mer, Jeff said, racing down to the Akanti's tongue. Off in the distance, Mantis and Sai looked at each other and shrugged before turning to chase their finned friend. As they traveled, this is a wild adventure. They're literally inside the belly of a space whale, bargaining with a giant alien queen. The three heroes found themselves facing off against an ever-increasing number of Brood hatchlings. Sai swung her swords with keen precision, Jeff gnashed his teeth and swung his tail, and Mantis fought barehanded with a fury that her companions had not yet witnessed. One after another, the alien parasites fell. No wonder the Akanti was in so much distress, Mantis thought. Finally, they reached the Akanti's stomach and found the Brood Queen waiting. While Mantis and Jeff fended off the hatchlings, Sai dodged and weaved. When she arrived, she readied a blade of pure psionic energy. Instead of piercing the heart like she'd done on Mount Shiaru, she plunged the sword straight into her mind. There's something Sai wanted the Queen to see, no, to feel. With her free hand, she touched the inner wall of the Akante's stomach. Acting as a conduit between the creatures, she transferred the Akante's pain and sorrow to the Brood Queen insect's brain, sending raw waves of emotion rippling through the alien hive mind. It was too much for the malignant monarch and her minions to handle. The remaining broods spread their wings and took flight, following their queen back up the Akante's throat. The Akante opened its jaws just wide enough for the brood to make their escape into the void outside. The massive beast let out a triumphant cry that echoed throughout its insides as its unwanted guest finally disappeared into deep space. After the battle, Mantis communed with the Akante, asking it to provide them with a safe ride back to the intergalactic empire of Wakanda. The creature gladly obliged, showing thanks for ridding it of its parasite problem. Along the way, Jeff even gave Akante a nice, thorough dental cleaning as a sign of mutual respect. Before they could reach Wakandan space, however, Mantis intercepted a stress call. Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot. Their ship had crash-landed on an alien world called Clintar, home to a species almost as parasitic as the Brood. Mantis knew where she had to go next, and it wasn't Wakanda. Sai and Jeff were preparing to join Mantis, but she said, a voice unlike anything she had ever heard before, strange but familiar. It uttered 4 simple words: "To me, my X-Men." Okay, so that's Magneto. Though she did not know what the words meant, she knew she would have no choice but to answer the call. Images of a living island on the other side of the universe filled her mind. Sai could feel in her soul that this mysterious place was home to others just like her, and it might finally be the key to getting back to her home again. Jeff nuzzled against Sai's legs and let out a gentle purr. She had not expected to grow fond of this strange little creature, but battle did have a way of making strange allies. She reached down and rubbed her hand on the rubbery skin on Jeff's head. "Good boy. Now come with me. It's time we find the freedom we deserve." Okay, so Mantis is going to support the Guardians, while Psylocke and Jeff are going to team up with the mutants? Okay. Alright, so we now know here that this is in Chronoverse 3. Hey, homesick. So Jeff and Psylocke are heading to Chronoverse 2, but Mantis is staying in Chronoverse 3. So wait, that means Clintar. There. Right? Psylocke from a escape with Mantis and Jeff. The Call of Magneto. going to save them. Done. Alright. Speaking of the Guardians... Okay, Star-Lord signed up to a mission to explore Clintar. Rocket tagged along for some easy target practice, but the ship crashed. Rocket found himself on his fight for his life. We've only seen this story from Groot's perspective, which is very different. After Quill went and crashed the Milano, because he wasn't paying attention to what Rocket was telling him naturally, Rocket noted they were in the middle of what looked like a giant ship graveyard. Great, he thought. Let me go find parts, get the Milano patched up, we'll be out of here in no time. That's what he was doing. Most of the ships were so old they didn't have anything useful. He marked a few things that might be worth closer attention, but mostly he was not finding what he needed in this giant junkyard. Look, I'm gonna have to engineer something tricky. There was nothing among the hulks of ship to his left. Rocket watched, but he didn't see anything. This Clintar place had a strange vibe. Big spaceship boneyard. Big, monumental, spooky ruins, all surrounded by a jungle made of weird plants. No visible sentient life, but he felt like he was being watched. Big fire burn at the end of the boneyard, not too far from where Quill crashed. Rocket considered checking up on him, but it's fine. He sure didn't need Quill, and Groot had said something about bonding with the local plants. Let him, weirdo. More movement. They came out of the shadows so smoothly for a moment, Rocket thought they were shadows. Then their motion gave them shape, silhouetted against the background, strange elongated black life forms. No two the same except for their long teeth and claws. They sprang from the wrecked ship toward Rocket. He didn't waste any time. He racked his blaster and started shooting, running as he went. He'd taken off in a more or less random direction, firing as he went to keep the monsters away. But he saw a complex of buildings in a weird monumental style that made him want to go literally anywhere, do anything other than go inside. More and more, the toothy black monsters were hot on his trail. He prided himself on being better than average common sense, so he headed for the buildings. I gotta turn off this. I literally turned down my... Yeah, I'm gonna leave this up, but I just need to remember to turn them on for tomorrow. Right before he got to the doorway, Rocket dropped a miniature gravity well. He'd been toying with the black hole tech for a bit, and the temporary void annihilated the closest monsters, buying him enough time to get inside the building and jam the door with bits of debris, and a weird-looking statue he'd knocked over and shoved in front of the door. Okay. The monsters started to bang and scratch. They weren't getting in it at the moment. He wouldn't have all day to execute a plan he hadn't come up with yet. He did a little scout and see what he had to work with. Best not to waste time. Turns out, quite a bit of scouting was required. Whoever used these buildings, they had been very much into weapons and containment technology. Maybe some kind of jail? Maybe they were trying to contain the living goo he just escaped? Whatever its former use, he was going to turn it into a little fortress until such a time as Groot and Quill decided to come looking for him. His ears remained perked and alert, as he expected some of the monsters were in the building with him. This helped him dodge a blast from a wall turret, as Rocket was trying to strip some quantum circuits out of a panel wall down the hall. He was so focused on what he was doing, he didn't hear the self-defense mechanism arm itself. Blah, blah, blah. The creature snarled back and Rocket blew it away. In the darkness, he heard others moving and breathing. Spooky, he said. Remind me not to book my reunion here. He was talking just to hear his own voice, to keep himself calm. I hear you, brother. Truth is, only one course of action made sense. He couldn't go back outside. He had to stay inside, get rid of all the monsters, or activating the rest of the tech. He looked down, up and down the long corridor, noting side passages and intersections, too open. He thought back at the building's entrance. Just off the big front door, there's a smaller side room. Only had one door, and if he oriented himself right, one of its walls was an exterior wall, so if the monsters got in, he could blast his way out through the wall. If he could retrofit the defense system before it took him out. Not the best plan, but it would do for now. He zigzagged down the passage, back to the front of the complex, slowed down a bit when his gear was dragging. Monster flashed out of the side passage. He smelled it a split second before. Another one dropped from the ceiling. His whiskers sensed the disturbance in the air. Blaster lit up the darkened halls. The closest one got to him was a weird crab-looking version that ripped some hairs out of his tail. Right, there's a doorway, the kind you might see in a Xandarian person. Oh, Xandar reference. Rocket knew a little bit about those. Oh, yeah. One of the monsters loomed out of the darkness. Rocket dropped his tools and blazed away. Then he got back to work, knowing time was running out. Kree, Shi'ar, Skrulls, and Darian. So much tech had been retrofitted into this panel. Rocket was surprised it wasn't his own invention. I think that's the very first mention of Kree and Skrull. And Shi'ar, yeah. Right? Yeah. No, Kree were mentioned by Loki. Looked like there wasn't a power source that he hotwired enough quantum circuits in this time. For the finishing touches, splatter another few monsters, hit the power button. The energy barrier thrummed to life with a few turrets in front of it. Because Rocket was exceedingly clever and a little lucky, he was on the inside and the monsters were on the wrong end of a Kree turret. Just an experiment. Rocket tried to shoot one of them through the barrier, blam, it worked. Oh yeah. Hey, thought I bet I could use some of this stuff to reconstruct the containment fields in the Milano's engine. An idea lit up inside Rocket's brain. He saw it all coming together. It would totally work. All he had to do was get a plasma array, a set of the couplings that would link to the Milano's magnetic field resonators, then wire the whole shebang into an acceleration chamber that was damaged when Quill crashed the Milano. Because Rocket repeated in his mind, Quill was not listening to Rocket at the time. More of the monsters survived the turret onslaught, threw themselves against the barrier. Rocket blazed away at them as he fell back again. This is a mighty elegant solution to a real tricky problem. Guess a few other unfortunate souls worked together to try and survive, but I guess whatever works. The only problem was now, Rocket had to get out of the protected room and the complex with all the components, and that was going to require some finesse, because there were more of the monsters coming and the doors weren't going to hold out forever. All right, Rocket. There you go. Not a lot for Rocket, lore-wise. We just know what he's up to. So we know this Wanda is Sorcerer Supreme of her world. Wanda Maximoff meditated, her body hovering a foot off the ground, surrounded by a low wall beyond the cliffs and ridges of Wundagore Mountain. Hey, Wundagore! She sent, she did this every day, opening her mind to the magical undercurrents of her broken world, sensing where arcane powers were building, where different forms of magic clashed and threatened wider conflicts. Reality was fragile, filled with gods and monsters that would willingly destroy it to increase their own power. Wanda. She twitched. The sound of her name pricked at the bubble that she had spent years honing her ability to detect the smallest fluctuations in a field of magical power. This was part of her task as the Sorceress Supreme of a reality that constantly tried to tear itself apart. Whenever magical adepts were active, she needed to know. Not to mention, it had been quite some time that someone used her name. Wanda. The words were laced with shadowy tinge, vaguely familiar, but from beyond her realm. That put her on the defensive. Only dangerous magic could traverse between spaces. Could traverse the spaces between universes. She was the Sorceress Supreme of this universe, and she had tasted dark magic many a time. Her unique mastery of chaos had transformed her into a primal force of order. When the immense tides of temporal power threatened to tear this universe apart, it was Wanda who felt the surge and turned it aside, tamed it, held it in check, until it surged again. And it always did, because this universe was an entangled battleground, and she was the only one who could hold its fibers together. Since the cataclysmic disruption of space-time, Wanda had spent more and more time locked in an arcane clash few people in her reality could even detect. The collapse of different histories had brought mighty enemies together and unleashed vast forces. Wanda knew she was, in the end, her reality's last line of defense, the only magical force capable of keeping the conflicting time streams from ripping her world apart. If magical power were to surge unchecked, her reality would be annihilated. Wanda. The voice seemed familiar. Wait. It's Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange? The sound of her voice carried in the thin air, challenging the wind beyond her sanctum. Not the Stephen Strange you know. No, the Strange I knew is dead. He had been a great sorcerer, but he had fallen in the final battle of the first Demon War, when hell itself spilled into what was once Las Vegas. Wanda remembered that day with great sadness. She had led a mighty band of arcane adepts to victory, but their losses were great. The voice, she sensed its nature and now knew it to be an astral projection side. I've heard that a lot recently. What do you mean? I've tried to reach out to the Sorcerer Supreme of many different realities, Wanda. In most of those realities, I'm dead. In a few of them, other versions of me didn't know who I was. You're the first person who has carried this conversation this far, and that's good. You have my word. Because my world is in mortal danger, and I need to stop it. The Stephen Strange I knew could astrally project and then return to his body as if he were flipping a coin, Wanda said. Usually I can too. But something about the time stream entanglement trapped me in an entangled astral plane is the best way I can describe it. There are too many other versions of me. I can't figure out which one of them is the correct one to return to. Ah, now she understood. And you think I can? I'm sure you can. Your powers ought to be perfectly tuned to this sort of chaos of this particular astral entanglement. You're the Sorceress Supreme, aren't you? This challenge put Wanda's guard back up. So are you in your world, right. And I probably could figure it out through trial and error over a period of years or decades or centuries back in the mortal plane. But by then, not even the Darkhold itself will be able to stop Dracula's machinations. Those names refocused Wanda's attention. She realized where she had tasted the darkness in those whispers before. The Darkhold was long gone from Wanda's reality, but she had heard of it. It contained the kind of knowledge she might be able to use. The sun had traversed Wundagore's peak and begun to plunge into the western mountains as Wanda decided to let her guard down and shift her full focus to the connection she had established with this mystic from another reality. She could finally see the astral form of Stephen Strange before her. He was a grander figure than the Strange she had known, mostly because he wore the regalia of Sorcerer Supreme. She made a mental note to craft garments more fitting of her station, when she had the time. Most of Kamartaj had been wiped off the planet ages ago. She had salvaged what she could, but had not thought to include any ritual clothing. As she peered deeper into the astral plane, she saw many other unexpected things. The skyline of New York City hanging upside down from the sky, as if mirrored from reality. An ancient Viking longship full of lost spirits, navigating the tumultuous sea of clouds in hopes of finding Valhalla. She even swore she caught a brief glimpse of a corpse of one of the old ones she had recently defeated in an effort to protect her universe. Is she from the fourth Chronoverse, then? It left her wondering exactly how close her world was, how closely her world was linked with this ethereal dimension. But then that was a question for another time. You know what? In Stephen Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum in Doom Match, in that level, there is a floating giant dead octopus monster. Tell me what Dracula's up to, Strange. And what it has to do with the Darkhold. That book has not existed in this reality for decades, perhaps longer. You should be grateful for that. Answer my question. About what Dracula wants? Eternal night, of course. And he has already found the means to plunge my home dimension into it. And the Darkhold? The sun will always find a way to rise again, but the Darkhold contains a powerful spell that would let vampires walk in the daylight and turn all humanity into their prey. Wanda could sense the Strange spoke the truth. Wondergar is not far from Dracula's realm, but in this world his castle has been empty for a long time. In my world his castle isn't empty, but it also isn't in Transylvania anymore. Where is it? Central Park. Strange conjured up an astral image showing Wanda the city of New York under a full moon. Even though it was just a memory, Wanda could still sense the terrible corruption pervading the city. Time had been perverted. The moon isn't moving. No. Dracula performed a powerful blood ritual to imprison New York in endless night. His strength is growing, and there aren't nearly enough powerful people to resist him. You believe you can? Yes, and I will. The resistance is going to need help, though. The time stream entanglement has unleashed forces none of us have ever known existed. Different histories colliding. I've seen that. And Chronovium complicates things even further. This is what it looks like where I come from, though in your reality it might take a different form. She held in her hand and drew the crystal towards her. Fascinating. This was created by the entanglement? That's right. Yet another delightful side effect of Victor's tamperings. Victor Von Doom? That was another name Wanda hadn't heard in a while. How have I not noticed it until now? You've had a lot on your plate keeping your reality from utter annihilation. That chaos bubble of yours takes quite a bit of focus to maintain. That was true. But she was still shocked something like Chronovium could permeate her world without her being aware. I seem to have been meditating a little too much. Strange didn't argue. This time I took a more active role in the battle critical to the survival of my reality. I've been leaning too heavily on useful loose cannons. And will you help me, Strange? If you help me find a way home to aid the battle against Dracula, I'll be more than happy to bring a little something strange back to your reality. He cracked the barest hint of a smile. And the Darkhold? Where is it now? I stored it here in the astral plane some time ago in order to keep it out of the hands of another sorcerer who wished to use its spells for personal gain. Think you have it with you? Not quite. It has fallen into the hands of Khonshu, the god of the moon. He has threatened to use one of the forbidden formulas within it against Dracula. Would that be such a bad thing? The rite would also eliminate the countless innocent lives that have fallen under the Vampire Lord's sway. I see. Is there a way to win the Darkhold back? I've heard Khonshu can't resist a game of skill. As have I. He has accepted my challenge. One well-played match of chess and the book will be mine again. Chess? I'm surprised. I'd always heard that Khonshu was far more fond of Senet. Whatever the case, I dare not lose. The fate of all worlds rests on this. Then win, Stephen. Once you do, I'll find a way to return you to reality, Darkhold in hand. His astral form faded. She knew it would take every ounce of energy she could muster up to locate a new ally and extract him. But Wanda also knew far more about the Darkhold's sinister secrets than she had let on. If she could possess it, delve into it, and master its mysteries, she could stop, long last, the decay of her universe. As Sorcerer Supreme, she could wield its power to destroy the forces of entropy, end endless wars between gods and immortals. Surely, if she helped the other Sorcerer Supreme save his world, he would see the truth and gladly return the favor. And if not, she would be willing to do whatever it took to restore order to her reality. That sounds very Scarlet Witch, I'll say. Okay, she is contacted by... Okay. So I think... I'm going to put Wundagore there in big question marks. Because all we've heard is it's gods locked in endless battles. That sounds a lot like what we just read. Where's Doctor Strange? Done. All right, we're... All right, my alarm was going off. Spidey. Okay, Spider-Man's been swinging between two battlefronts. So he's been going back and forth from Manhattan to 2029. Alright. Every week or so, Peter Parker swung uptown from his usual haunts in Manhattan to the side of Queensboro Bridge, looking across toward home. And every week there was still no way to get there. Too many vampires patrolling the bridge. Other horrific monsters flying over it. Dracula had taken Manhattan for himself, and he wasn't letting any of his human playthings escape. Still... Oh. There. Peter came by to look, wishing he could talk to Aunt May every Wednesday. That's when he missed Aunt May the most, because ever since he'd moved out of her house, he'd always tried to get back to see her for lunch on Wednesdays. Well, Aunt May's still alive in this universe. That's good. Today was a little further away from the tunnel. Watching it from Midtown's tunnel ventilation tower, a mile downstream past the UN headquarters, it was a quiet place for contemplation. Since the huge fans were no longer running, he had cased the area for vampires before letting himself have his weekly moment of regret and longing for a world before the entanglement. Before the vampires had taken over New York, before he lost track of days since he'd seen the sun. Gazing at the bridge under the dead eye of the new blood moon, Peter was lost in his head. 1. He was frustrated about not being able to help out with the construction of the reintegration device that Reed and Tony Stark had been working on. For some reason, they felt Peter would be more useful swinging through the streets and webbing up vampires as Spider-Man than contributing his own brand of scientific expertise to their little genius think tank. 2. He was remembering when it had been here the week before, about the same time. It was hard to know what time it was when the sun never came up and the moon always hung full over the river. He'd been wishing he could see Aunt May just like tonight. A twinkling in the air in front of him got a little brighter. A folded piece of paper appeared out of nowhere, pinched between 2 fingers. The hand disappeared and the paper drifted down to rest on his right knee. So that's what Spider-Zero's doing. She's dropping paper between realities. Peter, the Master Weaver told me to find you and tell you that the web of life and destiny needs you. I will reach out again when it's time for you to come here. That time will be soon. Spider-Zero. Spider-Zero, Master Weaver, Peter had never heard of either, nor did he have any idea what the web of life and destiny might be. But this was a day he would finally find out. As he silently gazed towards Queens, a portal popped open, and a young woman was on the other side. So, I'm guessing you're Spider-Zero? Do you happen to have an actual, real person name? We need you, Peter. The web of life and destiny needs you. I don't. I belong here. Spider-Man belongs everywhere, Spider-Zero responded cryptically. Come with me and I'll show you. He didn't want to go through the portal. Something told him it would be hard to get back. For any number of possible reasons, he couldn't take the chance. So instead, Spider-Zero showed him the web of life and destiny through the rift. The night sky beyond it blazed with portals and stars. The city below it, so far below it, a dark splendor of neon-lit towers and shadow. See, Peter, this is your destiny, our destiny. If the web fails, all spider people disappear, including you. And not too long after that, reality comes apart. The web is what holds it all together. His gut told him to leap into action and save the universe, but his heart... Peter knew that he had to say no, at least for now. His city needed him more. If things get worse, you know where to find me. I'll try and come help, but New York is my home. I belong here. She didn't press him further, but she did say she would be coming back. Peter didn't argue. As the portal faded, Peter started to think about the web might be like the model of the universe Tony Stark had talked about, with dimensions wrapped up in tight strings that vibrated throughout space-time and intersected like, well, a web. Peter knew a little about string theory, but the way Tony talked about time-space when he and Reed were working out the math, it was a bit beyond Peter's reach. He could see that it was the same thing what Arthur Douglas was doing on that saxophone. Actually doing it himself on a whole other level. Peter was a bit crestfallen. Let's see. Arthur Douglas. Drax the Destroyer. Real estate agent Arthur Douglas, his wife Yvette, and his daughter Heather were driving across the Mojave Desert. Spaceship carrying Thanos passed overhead. Wishing to keep his existence secret, Thanos destroyed the automobile. Unknown that his father, mentor, had been monitoring. Douglas was still alive, took him back to Titan. Heather Douglas was alive, took her back to Titan to be raised. She later returned to Earth as Moondragon. Blah, blah, blah. Had Kronos seize the astral form, the consciousness of Arthur Douglas, before it had fled from Douglas's body. They fashioned a humanoid body from Earth's soil, granting it superhuman powers, and created Drax, who became an avatar of life. All right, the original. Well, that's the first Drax mention. Wild. He was doing it at a whole other level. Peter was a bit crestfallen, but hey, at least he had the streets to patrol citizens to save from vampires. Could be worse. There you are. A voice called out. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. No more sitting and moping. How are you gonna miss Aunt May's wheat cakes, Petey? We got work to do. Didn't we just defeat a deviant mutate together like an hour ago? Oh, they're talking about deviants. Isn't that, Eternal stuff, right? The two heroes have been best friends and enjoyed countless team-ups over the years, but the frequency of their joint missions together had increased exponentially since the city had fallen under the curse of Neverending Night. Old news. I've incinerated a dozen more vamps since then, all on my lonesome. But Reed just sent me out some juicy new intel that's gonna blow your mind. Please don't let it be a vampire, Galactus. Way better. Blade finally showed up. About time, Blade. Who mentioned Blade before? Was it Adam? No, was it? Wait, no. Has no one mentioned Blade yet? In their... Not Moon Knight? No? Okay, Spider-Man mentioned Blade. Squirrel Girl's crew... Blade. The vampire hunter has been missing in action ever since Dracula's hordes first descended. Knowing Blade expertise in battling vampires could really help the heroes turn the tide. Squirrel Girl's crew claims to have seen him in Central Park 20 minutes ago. We have to find him before you know who does. Peter immediately leapt from his perch. Johnny's moving fast. Peter could easily follow the trail of flames. As the duo descended on the southeast corner of Central Park, they couldn't believe their eyes. There he was, half man, half vampire warrior, clad in black, grinning as he fiercely swung his swords at a group of oncoming vamps. His sharp fangs glinted in the light of the blood moon. There was no doubt this was Blade, legendary Daywalker. Suddenly felt more hope. You just gotta stand there staring, boys? Blade asked. You can help me take down these damn fangers. Yep, sorry. I just don't think either of us expected to see you here. You and me both. Been on a secret recon mission trying to figure out how the hell Dracula made New York his turf. Any luck? Found a few leads. They all sound a bit hard to believe. This is the guy currently in a sword fight with vampires. Blade didn't even crack a smile. As much as Blade hated vampires, vampires have always hated Blade right back. Not because he was hunting them down and ending immortality early, but because they were jealous of him. Blade had something no other vampire had, the ability to survive in the sunlight. Even though the city was shrouded in darkness, Dracula had to know this little ploy wouldn't last forever. His brood limitations, a solution would be found in Blade's hybrid blood. Then he wouldn't need to rely on the Empire of Eternal Night anymore. No matter the time of day, vampires would rule the city. As Peter pondered the chilling possibilities, he continued to web shut fang-filled mouths as swiftly as he could. They were using more lethal methods. Johnny unleashed powerful bursts of superheated plasma to incinerate the vampires, while Blade sliced his foes into bits. What is it? Peter asked, well aware of the mistake he just made. His spider sense immediately let him know that an even greater danger lurked nearby. Calm before the storm, indeed. Dracula himself stepped out of the shadow, his blood-red cape swaying. Damn. Dracula, Johnny exclaimed, almost excited. Lord of Vampires really left his castle. Big mistake showing your pasty face in public, pal. The Human Torch released an enormous burst of flame in Dracula's direction, but the Vampire King dodged out of the way at uncanny speed. Peter unloaded burst after burst of webbing toward Dracula, but fared no better when it came to hitting his target. Their foe was far too fast. Takes a vamp to beat a vamp. You speak true. And since you're only half a vampire, it is clear who shall claim victory. Sparks flew as metal clashed. Every thrust of Blade's weapon, Dracula had a perfect counterattack and left the vampire hunter growling with frustration. Growling. Duh. Since Blade's undeniable combat skills, Spidey could see the Daywalker was outmatched. The hunter would have to become the prey. If Peter didn't so big fast, get ready to light it up, Johnny. Peter launched another bombardment of web blasts from his wristbands. Johnny produced a wall of flames directly in their path. As the dense balls of webbing passed through the flames, they instantly ignited. Their burning projectiles impacted Dracula, setting his cape ablaze and distracting him for a mere moment. A moment Blade eagerly took advantage of. Nice steal you got there, Vlad, Blade said, kicking the sword of Dracula from his foe's hand. Think I'll add him to my collection. Blade quickly wrenched the small yet equally legendary blade from the undead king's claws. And I shall add your head to mine. Dracula snarled back. This is an awesome story. God dang, Peter just gets the best story. As the two vamps clashed, Peter released a heavy spray of webbing at Dracula's feet, stopping him in his tracks. Just as Spidey swung in to deliver a swift kick, the vampiric villain turned himself into black mist, freeing himself from the webs and sending Spidey soaring through him. Hey Blade, show that jerk how we like our steaks. Blade grabbed a pair of sharp wooden spikes from his bandolier and hurled them into the air, straight at Dracula's heart. Johnny lit up the sharp stakes as two quick bursts of flames as he hurtled toward their deadly destination. Well done, said as he used his lightning-fast reflexes to bat the stakes out of the sky. Split seconds before they could pierce his undead flesh. I prefer my meat bloody. Dracula turned his attention back to Peter, leaping through the air, and clutched the hero by the throat. You will make the perfect appetizer. Peter squirmed to break free from the vampire's grip to no avail. Peter could feel Dracula's fingers tightening around his larynx. For once, Amazing Spider-Man was truly speechless. His vision began to cloud. Dracula leaned in, his fangs ready to sink into the sinew of Peter's neck. You don't want him, Blade said, slicing at Dracula from behind with a sword. It's me you're after, and it is you I shall have. Everything that happened after that was a blur. Peter tried to get back to his feet, back in the game, but he quickly realized he never stood a chance against Dracula, even with Blade and the Human Torch on his side. The vampiric lord attacked Peter's friends ferociously, turning himself into a giant dragon-like bat used to flap his massive wings to extinguish the torch's flames, knocking Johnny unconscious. All Peter could do was watch helplessly as Dracula's monstrous form swooped down and grabbed Blade in his claws, lifting the vampire hunter into the air. Despite his efforts, Blade couldn't manage to break free. The hideous creature passed in front of the Blood Moon. As he dragged his prey back to his castle, an unspeakable horror that waited within. As everything faded to black, Peter wondered if maybe he should have gone through that portal after all. Damn. Damn, Peter. Yeah. Keep Manhattan safe. There you go. So Blade is currently in Dracula's hands. That's wild. Yeah, so it's a deviant. So that's mentioning the deviant mutates. Probably this variant, right? Just the monsters. And we know a little bit about the deviant mutates, which are the sub-race of the Eternals. Okay. Squirrel Girl. Well, that should take care of them, the unbeatable Squirrel Girl said as she stood over a group of freshly defeated attackers. Another horde of vampires down for the count. Good work, everybody. The Squirrel Girl praised her army of rodent companions. Dorian Green continued to risk her life against the endless throng of nocturnal nightmares. You definitely earned a trip to Mr. Hickory's fresh roasted nut cart on the corner of 55th and... Before she could finish off the thought, her BFFF, best furry friend forever, Tippy Toe, scurried past her fellow squirrels and climbed onto her shoulder. That can't be right. A giant squirrel fell out of the sky? Here in the city? Are you sure, Tippy? Oh, it's Ratatoskr from Yggdrasil? We read during Reed's story that something came from Asgard. I'm gonna bet it's Ratatoskr. Who was mentioned during Season 0's comic book, Part 2. Excuse me, ma'am, Ratatoskr said, you look like you use a friend. Okay, as soon as they reached the clearing, Tippy Toe hadn't been exaggerating. There in the middle was the biggest squirrel Doreen had ever seen. Her furry friends surrounded the creature and stared in awe. Something was wrong. The giant rodent was hurt bad. Excuse me, ma'am, you can use a friend? Aye, the enormous squirrel replied, its voice with pain. I am so far from home, yet the center of this realm seems familiar. Tell me, where have I fallen? You're on Earth? New York City, to be exact. Well, hold on, did you just talk? Indeed, the creature said, lifting its massive head to get a better look at the curious human girl with a rodent tail. I mean, I know you can talk to me. I talk to squirrels all the time. It's one of my superpowers. But you weren't just chirping and chittering. You're talking in English like a person. The squirrels of Midgard do not have the ability to speak. What a shame. I know, right? I'm the only one who gets to enjoy all their stories. I guess I'm lucky. Well, I have a story to tell as well, but sadly there is very little luck in it. I'll get some popcorn, Squirrel Girl said as she sat cross-legged on the ground next to her new friend, eager to learn more. My name is Ratatoskr. Yep. I hail from the golden kingdom known as Asgard, though my true home is the branches of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Asgard? Are you friends with Thor? Because I totally am. I know the god of thunder since he was just a boy. It was my sworn duty to climb the World Tree, delivering messages across the 10 realms. It was a simple life, but one I took great pride in. I sought no glory, and I posed no threat. Here comes the part where Loki does something nasty, right? I have my qualms with the trickster for his treatment of Yggdrasil, but according to a vision I had, I do not believe it was Loki who laid me low. In fact, it was two Midgardians who sought to end my days, a mortal sorcerer in a metal mask, and the Lord of Vampires himself. A mortal... Oh, Dr. Doom and Dracula. Okay, yikes. The two must have conjured a spell to rip me from my beloved Yggdrasil. And you crash-landed here, right in the heart of vampire territory. I bet they were planning to send in an undead army to take you prisoner, or worse. Why? Sure, some squirrels are the toughest fighters ever, but it's nice to see someone finally realizing that. But there are so many other threats these jokes are up against. Aside from your obvious awesomeness, what makes you special? My horn. Motioning to the long wooden tusk protruding from her forehead. Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Magical squirrel acorn or something? Squirrelicorn? The horn is made from a branch of Yggdrasil. It is imbued with the World Tree's life-giving power. Should it pierce the Vampire King's heart, it would end even his eternal reign. In order to remove such a risk, they are undoubtedly seeking to remove me from play. Damn. Okay, well, they'll have to go through us first, Squirrel Girl exclaimed, lifting her fist in the air triumphantly. Her squirrel companions all squeaked with joy, but silence quickly fell once more as the leaves around the world begin to rustle. Suddenly, several vampires lunged out from the woods, hissing and baring their sharp teeth. You know the drill, gang. In a frenzy, the vampires found themselves overpowered by the bushy-tailed battalion. I bet on buck teeth over fangs any day. Before the hairy heroes could celebrate, the next wave of villains emerged, this time nearly doubled in number. At the center stood a pale-skinned man in a pitch-black suit with a blood-red cape. Oh, that's Dracula. Okay. His commanding presence made it clear he was the one in charge. Stand aside, child. This creature belongs to me. I don't know who you think you are, buddy, but Ratataskar's with us now. You don't get hurt to hurt her. I wouldn't dream of it. I have far more important plans for this mangy beast. However, you shall not be as fortunate. So swears Dracula. Dracula, it can't be. Oh, it is. And you, my dear, shall be the next to join my eternal legion. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his vampire horde upon Squirrel Girl, but little did he know she's unbeatable. As she dodged and leaped as quick as she could, hoping to prevent them from sinking their sharp teeth into her flesh. Don't let them get to Ratatoskar. Even though her rodent army vastly outnumbered the vampires, Squirrel Girl quickly realized that her forces were gravely outmatched. These were Dracula's most elite soldiers, and Doreen knew she and her friends were in over their heads. Tippy, call in reinforcements. With a loud series of squeaks, Tippy towed back and forth every animal that called Central Park home. Rats and raccoons, frogs and felines, as they skittered toward the ground, toward the unsuspecting vampires, the wave of animals swooped down from the skies. I didn't know you could speak bird, Tippy. Those creatures are not of this realm. The ravens served Loki himself, and the crows belong to Hela. Apparently, Dracula is not the only one searching for my whereabouts. We'll take all the help we can get. They stopped. Guys, you're not the only one who could speak to rodents, Dracula mused. In the past, I have reserved this talent for bats and rats, but I suppose it works on squirrels just as well. I, for one, shall enjoy the irony of what is about to unfold. Tippy-Toe and her fellow squirrels turned to face Squirrel Girl, their eyes glowing a sinister red. Oh no! She gasped in horror as she realized Dracula had pitted her best friends against her. Squirrel Girl found herself unable to move, paralyzed by the shock. No, please. Before these tiny terrors could devour Doreen, a powerful blast erupted from the sky, knocking the squirrels back and breaking them free. Looks like you got a rodent problem, kid, a semi-robotic voice said. Lucky for you, I happen to be on pest control duty. Iron Man descended and landed on one side of Squirrel Girl. On her other side, Moon Knight glided onto the scene. Glad you guys are here. We're trying to rescue this giant Asgardian squirrel when Dracula and his army attacked us. I don't know how, but he turned my little buddies against me. For a moment there, I thought it was over. It is. And we're getting here, not without Ratatoskar. Yeah, about that, Moon Knight replied, tossing a few crescent-shaped shuriken. I don't see any giant squirrels around here, no Dracula either, and they say I'm the crazy one. Squirrel Girl looked at the site where Ratatoskar had landed and was shocked to find her new friend had gone missing. And Moon Knight was right about Dracula's disappearance as well. She was just here. Dracula must have escaped with her when we weren't looking. Not a chance. We barely got the means to fight off regular fangers. We're definitely not ready to face off against Dracula. Not yet, Moon Knight added as if he knew something the others did not. But when the time comes, we're going to need every ally we can alive. That includes you. Now come with me. Iron Man lifted into the air, grabbing Squirrel Girl under his arms and taking her. And consider this your lucky now. Wait, no. She was not only abandoning Ratatoskar, but a squadron of squirrels were behind to fend for themselves. Only Tippy-Toe had managed to climb aboard. Her gaze was fixed at the park below as her tiny allies had faded completely. With a heavy heart, she turned her attention to the Blood Moon. Trust me, kid, this is for the best. The armored Avenger seemed strangely confident about that fact. She wasn't feeling so optimistic. God dang, that was a... We're getting some wild lore in Squirrel Girl. I think it was... Was it Iron Man, maybe? Oh, yeah, Iron Man. A power from Asgard appeared in Central Park. There you go. That's a surprising amount of stuff for Squirrel Girl. I'm just gonna say it. And I'm just gonna do this. I haven't read this lore yet, but giant horned squirrel, glowing red eyes. This is a mind-controlled Ratatoskr. And we read here. Yeah. This whole thing, family affairs, talking about Thor, talking about Hela and Loki meeting and allying, was told by Ratatoskr. Alright, so that... So this is going to be the culmination of all the stories. If you had to crash, might be in the middle of maybe 1,000 on a spaceship, makes it easy to find parts. That's what Rocket was supposed to do. Maybe Groot too, but Quill wasn't too sure about Groot. He wandered off in the direction of the jungle. For all Quill knew, he was communicating with the local daisies and dahlias. Quill hoped Groot wasn't anywhere close to the fire spreading through the graveyard. The flames weren't coming from the Milano, which had churned up a good furrow of earth and scrap metal. Rocket was screwing something up. Burned by creating an excellent fire break. Not that Rocket would ever give him credit. Man, it ain't easy being the leader. Setting down the barrel of his one element gun at the approaching symbiote. That was the downside of crashing on Clintar. Lots of symbiotes showed up at the new crash site with an appetite. He was picking them off as fast as he could. He could only take them down so fast. Quill was starting to resent Rocket for crashing the ship in the first place. On the other hand, what good did it do? Now Rocket was looking for parts, accountability. Big part of successful teamwork. He picked off a trio of symbiotes crawling over the top of a huge amalgam of Skrull ship parts. He had seen these critters on Earth and elsewhere, but not like these. Apparently they bonded to humans and became sort of human. But these, boy, they were bonded to all kinds of aliens. He could recognize none of them seemed to like humans very much. An alert went off inside the Milano. He dropped in the ship just in time to catch a symbiote coming in through the hatch. He popped it with both element guns. A barbed tentacle around his leg, swearing every language he knew. His leg hurt like a Flurkin's kiss. Flurkin was the cat, you know. A big explosion lit up the far end of the ship over a cluster of ancient buildings. That's Rocket. Most of the symbiotes abandoned their siege. He shot them a little more while they were running off, trying to get hold of Rocket on the comm. Interference. A celestial corpse. Sorry, interference responded. Weird emission from the massive celestial corpse floating around in near Clintar orbit. We know that it belonged that caused the clash between Null and Hela. She took the celestial soul. He went to see what he could do about getting a bucket of bolts back into orbit. He heard a noise from the nearby wreck. He scrambled. Might be the symbiotes. He saw rockets scrambling over the wrecked ships with Groot behind him. Quill, give us a hand. Carrying an armload of scrap tech just behind the raccoon. You got time to do scavenging? What's all that garbage? It's not garbage, you flarkin' dolt. We fought like 100 million of these monsters to get it. Now, this scud is going to get us out of here. I got that figured out already. Everything's all tuned up to the engines, except we don't have any shielding over the plasma exchangers. Plenty of shielding out there, genius. And how are you going to get us thrust to get off the planet? You diverted all the power to the hyperspace drive? Quill was used to Rocket thinking he was dumb. It's part of the relationship, but this time he had an answer. He pointed up. What? See that? The dead Celestial? Yeah, I see it. So what? I am Groot. That's right. A way out, maybe. More like a coordinate switcheroo. See, I routed all the power of the hyperspace drive, and we could pair the Milano with that Celestial's remains into the quantum whatever. The body will get trapped down here, the Milano goes up. Then we hyper jump the Flark out of here, and we never come back. I am Groot. Man, we can repair the regular thrusters when we get around to it. You're kidding. The quantum swap with the corpse of a Celestial? That won't work. You know how many conditions we need to... not since we got the Nega Energy Replicator from that doozy of a deal on Hala. Hala is the homeworld of the Kree. Remember how Mar-Vell and Rick Jones did it with the Nega Bands? Oh my god. So they mentioned Hala, home of the Kree. Mar-Vell, who was the original Captain Marvel. Rick Jones, who was pretty much responsible for assembling the Avengers originally. And the Nega Bands. Which were referenced a lot, obviously, in the most recent Captain Marvel movie. The Marvels, sorry. Rocket all the Pell, tell me what else we need we usually can't find here. So you're saying we're going to build a temporary pocket out of Negative Zone as a terminal to stabilize the quantum displacement? Quill, you had a lot of scuzzy ideas in our time, but this one's actually... What was it your Earthhook said? Even a broken clock is correct once a day? Twice. Well, then it ain't half bad. It's compliments go. It's pretty weak coming from you. I'll take it as a plus. I'll take it, plus it added the benefit of smashing the Celestial's corpse down on these symbiotes. I am Groot. Only problem is if you don't have some kind of force-dampening matrix... I am Groot happened to have dropped a piece of equipment that will do the job. What? Incredulous Quill looked up from Rocket to Groot and back. How did I know? I didn't. I got it from another reason, but it'll work here. I am Groot. You had help from a friendly vine? Sorry, Groot, but that's the most far-fetched thing I've heard since we got here. Nothing about this planet is friendly. I am Groot. Seriously? I saw it. The native flora helped him. Groot's a diplomat, if you didn't know. Quill chose not to process that idea at the moment. A horde of symbiotes might show up again. Okay, Groot's a diplomat. You just happened to pick up the one piece of equipment I didn't think was going to save all our lives. Well, I was busy holding off 100,000 million symbiotes. I like how he's upping the ante. 100 million, he's 100,000 million. Lucky, right? Let's get it hooked up. Time usually flies faster in the Negative Zone, but switching with our dance partner might take what feels like a while. The second big button. To exit the Negative Zone from the other end. One to get in, one to get out, like the Nega Bands. Unless you want to stay there and watch the time stream collapse from cosmic backwater. Thoom. Perfect shape. The Milano disappeared. And as fast as she disappeared, there she was. Against the endless pitch black of the Negative Zone, the Enormu, I assume enormous body of a deceased ancient celestial. Even with all they had seen, the crew felt like they should be looking upon a vibrant corpse, awestruck by the lifeless form of a god. I am Groot. It says this headless hunk in the big dome of nowhere. Ain't they the perfect fit for each other? Do we know if decapitation kills these things? Because the Milano says it's alive. A string of flashing readings and interface lighted Quill like a hand. As if in response, the corpse made a single twitch. I am Groot. No, it didn't. You seeing things. Besides, I'm pretty sure the quantum swap had some residual effects because it's so big. Yeah. You don't want to stick around long enough to find out. Hit that second button. Not yet. Have to recharge the engine. Just hit it. Something's happening over there. Is Null gonna possess the body of a dead Celestial? Wait, Quillo will be stuck in the negative zone. The giant body started to shake violently. The wriggling mass formed within the husk of the Celestial. On the giant's decayed chest plates, they spotted a Persian-shaped symbiote, as well as a glowing cocoon. Null and Adam Warlock, maybe? That didn't stop Milano's every single alarm from screaming. That does it. No, Quil Yuthum. The ship was already back where they started. Before Rocket could finish... You got any more bright ideas to waste our time? Oh, they were back on Clintar. Alright, as the captain, you have to make an unpopular decision sometimes, and we're still alive. You're very welcome. Whoever that symbiote was, they're not the same as the natives. And that golden egg thingy, if that's who I think it is, they shouldn't be there. But I think we've got some other friends around. Whatever. I think that's also our first mention of the negative zone.
Good morning. Today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, honoring the Nobel Peace Prize winning civil rights leader.
My Alexa's going. Yeah, my Alexa does that at 7:50 every single morning. I'm usually gone by then. So I'm usually off to work. On days where I'm running late, I hear it. Most days I don't. Peter's trying to escape Clintar with Rocket and Groot. They... Quill panics when he sees a humanoid symbiote and a golden cocoon on the chest of a Celestial. An X. We don't know where Venom is yet. Could Venom be the humanoid Celestial there? The only ones who I don't know yet are these three. Very few mutants have the honor of serving on the Quiet Council of Krakoa and the Great Ring of Arakko simultaneously. Storm was 1. She had long looked forward to the day the two sentient islands might be reunited. She had not, however, counted on having quite like this. It began without knowing while she was walking on the coral shores, together with the great oceanic lagoons separated Arakko from the great red desert of Mars. A tiny whirls of eddies of time grew. Ordinarily, Storm was hypersensitive to changes in atmosphere due to the nature of her power. She'd been preoccupied with the next challenge of her seat. She was now where something was happening. Raindrops slowed, hung in the air. So this was the time storm. She raised her hands and saw raindrops falling on her skin, others passing straight through her hand as if they weren't there. All around her, plants grew, bloomed, and died in an instant. Trees split the skies, growing 200 feet high and toppling, becoming soil again. Arakko and Krakoa both appeared before her, partly as if they were superimposed on each other. Aurora realized she was seeing it wrong. The two islands were colliding, molding into one another. As there they were overlapping, timelines tore away all boundaries and sense. The Red Keep and Tower of Broken Will overlapped, merged, hybridized, and became something new. Ah. Wow. Merged, hybridized, something new. Krakoa's base and Arakko's coil swirled into new configurations. Krakoa's quarry and the circle perilous of Arakko blended into each other, and finally broke free. Now the quarry contained Arakkan combatants and the circle perilous bewildered mutants of Krakoa. The forests of both islands overgrew each other and separated again, each featuring new species and unknown hybrids. The harder the wind blew, the faster the transformations. And now Storm saw tiny slivers of some new material appearing in the tempest, Chronovium, sleeting down to the island surface shores. The particles stung when they hit her, a pain that wasn't entirely physical. The particles rained down, driving both into a frenzy. Arakko and Krakoa briefly fought each other, bitter as only siblings can be. Storm standing on her soil, with one foot in each world, she knew she would be subsumed, awesome word, and destroyed if she did not do something. As the deformed time tore her being apart, storm across time. If there was a storm, she could control it. Storm's power over weather was instinctive. Onslaught of particles, they ruined her concentration. Blah blah. She was not the only one suffering. The islands brutally crushed each other's reality, wailed in pain and fear. Both sound like a hurricane. She was the regent of Arakko, but she still had responsibilities on Krakoa. The time storm was forcing them together, twisting a new reality into being around them. The way electrical charges crackled around her body, blah blah blah, million different realities, but none could disturb or displace her. She found herself in control. As she began to quiet the storm, its boundaries she knew extended far beyond the ability to control it. She had influence over this one small part. She intended to use it. Krakoa and Arakko were at stake. The lives of thousands of mutants would otherwise be adrift in the time stream. She could not let the time storm merge the two islands together. The islands, both feared for their survival, began to tear at one another physically. Only Storm could stop the madness. She began to guide the currents of the storm, shunting away the damaging gusts and finding smoother paths. Was she guiding them through time like a skilled ship's captain brought a vessel through a storm to safe harbor? Where would they arrive? Gradually, she channeled the powers of the time storm around the two living islands, letting them redivide into their own entities. Drifting further and further apart, heavier fronts of the singing particles blew through. They were now larger, merging into crystals. They precipitated from the storm the way rain precipitated from the clouds, too heavy with moisture. Who caused this time storm? Questions for another time. Krakoa and Arakko had nearly become one, in a collapse that could have destroyed them both, and doubtless would have annihilated the many lives on each. The aftershocks and echoes of their psychic battle still churned. Storm stood on the coastline of Krakoa, gazing out of the ocean. Wait, when the time storm began, Storm had been on Mars, on Arakko. As reality settled back into place, she saw she was on Krakoa, at the edge of Hellfire Bay, where the White Palace and Blackstone stared at each other from opposing promontories. She looked at the only beautiful living Krakoa. What had happened? How, and now that it was over, how had Storm transported 1,000,000 miles away without even passing through the Krakoan gateway? Had Arakko been transported home to Mars? Was this even the same timeline that the Living Islands had occupied before the time storm? It had been more powerful than anything she'd ever felt. Maybe even more powerful than her contact with the Phoenix Force. Oop, that's an official name drop for the Phoenix Force. We've heard Magneto call it a cosmic entity. Who caused it? More importantly, why? What damage had been done to the mutants living on both islands? Her friends, she could seek them out both on Krakoa and Arakko to make sure. What of New York or Wakanda? Would she even find the same New York or the same Wakanda? Crystals precipitated the ground. Xavier needed to hear about this immediately, and Magneto as well, although Storm decided on the spot Xavier should be first to know. Both old adversaries believed themselves to have mutants' best interests in mind, but Storm's vision aligned much more closely with Xavier's. Where was he? Here on Krakoa or somewhere else? Was he a new world? Was it a new world, a new time? Storm saw people emerging from the forest. Some of them recognized, some were new. They saw her high on the ridge overlooking the ocean, and they looked to her for guidance. No matter where they hailed from, Krakoa or Arakko, Earth or Mars, past, present, or future, she knew one thing: she would not let them down. Dang. Go on, Storm. I feel like Spider-Man, Squirrel Girl, and now Storm have had 3 of the absolute best stories. The TSE happens while Storm is on Mars on Arakko. Separate them. She succeeds. Now in 2099. There, done. Bam. We're flying now. Frank. Thanks to experimental serum, expanded lifespan. As a member of the new Marvel Knights, his impressive arsenal became a vital part of Black Widow's crusade. So he's serving Black Widow in 2099. Huh. That's cool. The year 2099. The future has seen countless advancements in technology, thanks to companies like Stark, Fujikawa, and Alchemex. Safety and security were at an all-time high as well, due in large part to the proactive police force known as Public Eye. At a glance, everything's looking perfect. A little too perfect. But look closer and other stories revealed. Even the quality of life has improved drastically for everyday citizens. Fortunately, they were all dedicated their long lives to stopping them at any cost. For those forces destined to collide at a warehouse at the lowest levels of the Forgotten District of Tokyo, far below the strange webs that had woven themselves in the night sky. There, the Yoshida Corporation, once one of Japan's greatest crime families, and now a multinational manufacturing powerhouse, was set to meet the mysterious new syndicate rumored to be making a move for power in New York City, the Castigliones. Alright, ready? Let's check out these two. Marvel. Yoshida. The Yoshida clan in Marvel? Oh, they're tied in with the hand. Okay. Okay. Was Frank Castle's mother. Is that DC? Yeah. Wait a second. Get out of here. Go serve Darkseid, you nerd. Father of Frank Castle. Yes, so, okay. The Castigliones are the Castle family. While Yoshida Corp had gone legit decades ago, they still had a number of illicit operations hidden in their books, narcotics to weapons, led by Shiro Yoshida, a direct descendant of Lord Shingen himself. Again, I pulled up this Lord Shingen right there. Crime boss, father of Mariko. He had an illegitimate son who became Silver Samurai. Ah. Now, do we know Shiro Yoshida? No. Oh, here you go. Sunfire. No, that's Shiro, not Shiro Yoshida, not Yashida. Put that as a maybe. I'll put that as a maybe. Okay. The Yashida clan's delegation, they were trained. Let's get down to business. The man representing the Castigliones. Johnny. Tower. What do you got for me? Plasma cannons, EMP grenades, vibro knives, countless other innovations designed solely to cause their target the most damage and pain possible. The Yoshidas have no qualms about unleashing them on the innocent people in New York for the right price. After the Yoshidas finished their presentation, Tower paused. I'll take all of them. Surely a young syndicate such as yourself cannot afford. Didn't say I'd pay for them. I said I'd take them. Shiro began to laugh. It was a family heirloom belonging to his esteemed ancestor, the mutant known as Silver Samurai. Yeah. Alright, traded swordsmanship, especially some petty New York mobster. I'll take the sword off your hands, too. What is it you Americans say? Yes, over my dead body. Johnny Tower reached his long coat and drew a pistol. Before anyone could react, there was a bang, and Shiro Yoshida fell to the ground in a motionless heap. Deal. A split second later, Johnny Tower was bombarded by a firestorm of bullets from the weapons of other members of the Yoshida delegation. When the barrage ended, he stood up and dusted himself off. Should have aimed for the head like I did. He grunted, lunging forward, and grabbed the cutting-edge plasma cannon. He opened fire on the Yoshidas, who could only stare in utter disbelief. It wasn't the fact the tower had survived. It was that they saw peering from beneath his tattered black shirt a stark white skull, the mark of the Punisher. For many of them, the stories of the Punisher were like fairy tales. The vigilante who hunted criminals in the night, the real Punisher, a man named Frank Castle, had lived and died ages ago. So who was the man opening fire at them now? Someone who had styled himself after a legend, or a ghost seeking the past. If Johnny Tower had his way, none of them would live to find out. With their leader on ice, he planned to use the tight quarters of the warehouse to methodically pick off the Ishida Corps one by one. That's enough, let them go. Tower looked up, saw a woman in the rafters. Not a chance, doll. Don't call me doll, Frank. So it is Frank Castle. Good. What's the matter, Castle? No one had called him that in decades. He looked closer, couldn't believe his eyes. He knew who she was. He was as shocked to see her as the Ishida clan had been to see him. What's the matter, Castle? You look like you've seen a ghost. Natasha Bleepin Romanov. The Black Widow? You're looking good for what, 140? I could say the same about you. What's your secret? Clean living. Johnny Tower, or rather Frank Castle. That and some back alley treatments with knockoff super soldier serum. You? Same. Well, I got my life-enhancing formula from Nick Fury. I think that's actually our first reference to Nick Fury. He might have been referenced in Natasha's story. The old bastard always did have a thing for dames and catsuits. So what the hell are you doing here other than blowing my cover? Pretty sure you've done that yourself before I jumped in. But if you really want to know, I've been on the run. From who? Most people have no idea you exist, same as me. That may have changed. I found out Alchemex was hiding a top-secret asset, something at a level of classification I'd never heard of. Naturally, you couldn't resist. Naturally, you couldn't resist sticking your pretty little head into business. What I found there, it could change everything. Well, what was it? Not what? Who? We know who it was because we read that story. No more games, woman. If you got something to say, spit it out. It was Captain America, Frank. That ain't possible. He caught entirely off guard for the first time in ages. Cap was the reason he signed up to be a soldier in the first place, long, long ago. But the Sentinel Liberty had disappeared at the end of World War II, never to be found. I barely believed it myself, but it was him, Steve Rogers, in the flesh. So where's old Stars and Stripes now? He saved my life and vanished. You're telling me the most elite spy who ever lived hasn't managed to track a guy in a star-spangled armor down yet? I've been distracted. After all, I just took your place at the top of the public eye's most wanted list. Don't you know how hard I worked to earn that spot? You're welcome to have it back. Since that mission, I had to go underground, cut ties with my network. It's been a mess. Why'd you come out of the woodwork tonight? Because I need your help? Those aren't words I hear often, especially from a hero like you. I usually don't walk with the angels. You decide whose side you're on first. Raising her gauntlets and aiming them towards the earth, they're here. Right on cue, a squad of public eye soldiers busted in the warehouse. Without a word, he grabbed two high-tech guns on the table, tossing one to his new partner. Hit to wound, not kill. Or what? Or I save my last round for you. Shooting several public eye soldiers in the kneecaps. Castle released the officer, letting him slump to the ground unconscious. Death's been on my heels for ages, Castle said. But it's gonna have to wait a bit longer. At least until after I meet Cap. Let's get this over with already. Castle leapt forward, grabbing a tiny metal disc from the table and pressed a glowing button. He tossed it on the ground in front of them. Natasha instinctively began to run for cover, assuming it was an explosive. You're gonna want to watch this, Castle said. Running toward the device, it began to unfold. Within moments, a high-tech turret stood in its place. Frank jumped to the center of a giant gun and grabbed the handles. Frank, no. Don't get all worked up. It's set to stun, I think. When the dust settled, Natasha raced over to the fallen officers and took the pulse. Castle wasn't lying. He had held back from using lethal force. She was impressed. See, you can trust me. The problem is... He raised his gun and pointed it at Natasha. I'm not sure I can trust you. I know the Yoshida's paid off public eye. So there's no way the cops would have come here to bust our deal tonight. And like I said, you're the best spy in the world. So they haven't been able to find you either. Castle grabbed Natasha's wrist and gave it a squeeze, forcing her to open her palm. A tracking device, giving off a locator signal unless you wanted them to. I had to find a way to make sure you'd have my back. Her gambit could have severely damaged the trust she hoped to establish. Now I gotta make sure you're not gonna stab mine. Trust is never something either of us have had, but if we want Steve, we have to stop public eye to beat Doom. I'm starting to realize we need something. It's something we're gonna need. Maybe I'm going soft in my old age. Yeah, you're a regular Penny Parker. Got any leads on where Cap ran off to? That's right, they're in the same world as Penny Parker. That's wild. Just one. Looking at the sky above them, and I got a feeling you're not gonna believe it. Okay. That's a pretty wild story for the Punisher. Learned about Alchemax and Captain America. Alright, only 4 left. I mean, only Thor left. I feel like he looks too much like Odin in there. I do like his classic. I like his look, and I like the no cape look. And I like the armored arms, but I feel like he just looks too much like Odin, you know? This one, being the darker blonde, looks a little better, I will say. It's just too white, you know, this All-Father Thor. That looks great. And that looks really good. So Thor has been exiled to a distant timeline. Okay, Thor sat in the Tower of Solitude, the library prison, once used by the All-Father Odin. Hunched over a stone bench in a stone room, the tower's sole prisoner. On orders from his brother, he fumed silently. So, the Tower of Solitude was once used as a prison by Odin. Waiting for a chance to feel what might befall. Asgard, boom. Oh, boom, boom. From outside came rhythmic impacts as something powerful hurled itself against the tower walls. Thor could only wait. Loki outwitted him, duping him to enter the tower and imprisoning him here. One might expect of a clever usurper such as Loki, the room was enchanted to stifle any sound he might utter. Boom. Dust and mortar drifted from the wall to Thor's cell. He stood. It was almost time. Loki might have betrayed him. Oh, is it Mjolnir repeatedly banging against the outside wall? But Loki could not think of everything. Boom. It had not occurred to him that Thor could call Mjolnir without making a sound. Boom. Mjolnir exploded through the wall of the tower and met Thor's extended hand. He gave it a shout, relieved to hear the sound of his voice again. Brother. With its walls shattered, the Tower of Solitude no longer held his enchantments. More quietly than his initial challenge, Thor added, "You have a surprise in store." He flew through the hole over the city of Asgard toward the palace of Yggdrasil's roots. Loki had crews at hard labor tapping the world tree's sap, rich with Chronovium. Thor had no doubt that Loki would cut a deal with the dwarves or anyone else who could use the rich sap to create magical weapons or instruments. If he hadn't already, Chronovium had transformed Loki's magic, making him even more powerful. But Thor felt it too, in the glimmer of the carvings of Mjolnir's Uru head. He felt it even in the Odin Force. Now Loki would feel it too. Your plan didn't work, brother. You see, I'm free. And Loki was there, manifest in the air just out of Thor's reach. On the contrary, brother, my plan is working perfectly. Do you not think I anticipated you would solve the problem the only way you solve every problem? To say, with brute force? He smirked at the opening. Thor needed a single moment of inattention that always got Loki in trouble. He seized Loki and dropped to the ground, smashing his brother to the stones of Asgard's palace plaza. He raised Mjolnir, but Loki stung Thor's hand with a short knife and twisted away. How long have they been inexorably moving towards this moment? Centuries? Tens of centuries. I've tried, Thor thought. I've tried to make him feel like one of us. But Loki only ever looks out for Loki. And now, again, Asgard's future hangs in the balance. I knew you had escaped the tower, before you were all the way through the hole. It always makes me chuckle when you scream brother like when we were children. And yet you always answer my call. If you always stopped me, why the charade? Or if you could have stopped me, why the charade? Oh, brother. I know you love a charade. And by escaping, you have helped settle a little dispute I was having. You see, A certain someone who may be shortly joining our conversation did not believe you would escape. And now that you have, she will doubtless see the wisdom of my proposed course of action. A portal opened. Thor saw the unmistakable landscape of Hell, bleak and dark and endless. Hela's legion of the dead were on the march. Chronovium glittered in their empty eyes. Hela herself leading them. Space bent around her, and the next instant she stepped through the portal. Loki, I see you let our brother escape. He's more resourceful than he seems. Or were you overconfident? Hardly, Loki snapped. I've anticipated everything thus far. Of course you would break down the tower's walls and come to find me. If I were a creature of muscle and rage, with just enough brain to speak, it's what I would do. And protecting the moment he was seeking his revenge, which he thinks of as protecting Asgard from me, you would make your grand entrance because, even more than me, Hela, you love to be the center of attention. Where was I wrong? You betrayed Asgard to Hela? Rage nearly blinded Thor. Lightning crackled from Mjolnir and from Thor's eyes, as the Odin force rose within him. This was unforgivable treason. Again, how many times has Loki done this or tried to? And now, with the mortal Doctor Doom upending time and space, he was doing it again. Asgard was always destined to be mine. The Allfather sleeps while the realms are being torn apart by scheming mortals. We do nothing as the so-called heroes blunder through their failed solutions. I intend to change that. But I cannot do that while you lumber around getting in the way. So, when Thor looked that way, he saw the portal had enlarged 100-fold. The legions of the dead were upon him. Mjolnir, Asgardians, Dark Elves, Trolls of Jotunheim, the denizens of the Ten Realms came. Since death alone united every race, Thor fought them all. He was a gladiator whose life was their entertainment. He shattered them with Mjolnir, annihilated them with lightning, but cawing as Hela's legions were an endless flock of Nastrond crows. No help was coming. No Valkyrior, the Crimson Hawks, were away from the city fighting pointless wars in other realms. He slew by the thousand, yet their numbers grew undiminished. He was still the Odin son, god of thunder, and even gods grew old, and Thor felt centuries in his bones as he shattered the lava-crusted skeleton of Muspelheim. Fire demons had unleashed a blast of lightning and tore a great hole in Hela's ranks, reached across the plaza into the portal itself. If he could only close it, but no. He had not the magic. He would fight until he fell and earned his passage to Valhalla. I tire of this game. With a gesture, she dispelled her armies. Sudden silence, broken only by the cawing of Hela's crows. One lit on Hela's shoulder as Thor calmed his battle frenzy and turned to face her. If she wanted single combat, he would offer it. But she was tired, and Hela's magic was mighty. He had no faith he would survive. But she did not strike him down. Thor, the die is cast. Asgard is Loki's. Your father abandoned it, and you cannot protect it. Loki will. A diabolical smile, and of course I will offer my own guidance. None of the realms will survive if you destroy the balance among them. You will bring Ragnarok. No. The universe and the realms are torn asunder and remade, doomed by the meddling mortals whose names for once speak true. Doom. The old ways, the old balances, they no longer apply, and you, Thor Odinson, are but a stumbling block. The old must make way for the new, and sooner or later everything will make way for the dead. Thor could see Loki behind Hela looking smug and completely in control as he created a portal for his newly tapped Chronovium. How long before the trickster understood that Hela was playing her own tricks? The brothers locked eyes. Thor knew Loki could read his expression, even though he could not speak. This is not over, brother. I'm coming for you, and when I do, no god or magic in the realms can save you. Goodbye, Odinson. He fell from the sky, trailing fire, and his impact left a ring on the ground. When Thor stood, the echoing of the landing were still sounding in the dry halls. Midgard, certainly, but not the Earth he knew. Loki's sorcery had flung him very far from home. Thinking of his brother got Thor moving. What Earth was this? He needed to find allies to fight back. Where to? On the horizon, he could see a small city, lights blazing around a tall tower. He would start there. Then he saw something rise up it grew rapidly, silhouetted against the red sun. Sora realized something was going toward him fast. He'd gotten Mjolnir in front of him when a giant Hulk, Thor into the bottom of an impact crater. None other than the Hulk, but it was a different Hulk, crackling with vivid green energy, bigger than last time. Banner! Thor cried out. What sorcery is this? Hulk roared and smashed Thor into the ground again. Very well. His one-time ally was prone to unthinking rages when in battle. Hulk's punch met the head of Mjolnir. The Gamma Belt, Gamma energy exploded, searing Thor's eyes and knocking him flat. The monstrous Hulk was gone. Banner sat in shreds of his clothes. Oh, Thor. Thor, do you know how long we've been looking for you? Banner, I need your help. Okay. That was pretty neat. So Thor was tricked by Loki into a prison during the time stream entanglement using Mjolnir. He escaped and fought an army of Hela's dead. When tired, Loki banished him to Midgard, but he knew Loki would be betrayed by Hela. He was ambushed by a super monster Hulk and fought him off. There you go. So we now know a little bit more. So we know that in here too is also Los Diablos. And that's where Thor and Hulk are. We know Spidey is here. We know Blade is here. We know Black Widow is here. Punisher is here. Penny Parker is here. I'm going to put them here because I know Spider-Zero, Master Weaver, Doom 2099. Dracula and Ratatoskr. All right, only 3 left. Heroic honor. I got a thing for reading, I think, 33 lore sections. Okay. How in all the Splinter Realms did you get out of your cage? The young blonde girl asked as she cleaved another foe in half with her enormous sword. Nothing can hold us for long, child, the hulking creature answered, for we are Venom. What about the legion of limbo demons I left to guard you? Replied the mutant known as Magic as he lifted her soul sword to deliver another fatal blow. Venom smiled as his enormous tongue licked away strings of spittle. Never mind, don't tell me. I'm well aware of what your kind can do. Symbiotes nearly devoured my entire home dimension. It's why I put you on lockdown to begin with. Venom was used to being blamed for the voracious appetites of his symbiotic brethren. But what this child didn't seem to realize was Venom was far more than a mass of xenomorphic protoplasm. Underneath the alien exterior was a regular human named Eddie Brock. The symbiote bond shared a pair that had granted Eddie extraordinary abilities and given the alien a purpose. Together with Venom, They had become a lethal protector, stalking the streets to bring their own brand of justice to those who harmed the innocent. Or at least so they thought. To be honest, the details around Venom's past felt a little hazy. When his own reality collapsed around him, the Clintar hive mind that connected Venom to a symbiote's overloaded Eddie's brain and left him and his alien counterpart completely disoriented. They weren't quite sure where they'd come from. They weren't sure where or when they were now. We're free now, and you look far dangerous than they do. We'll take our chances, little one. So, who are we fighting? The gods, well, the ones that are left. So, I believe this magic is from the same reality as Wanda. And, as Venom surveyed the endless battlefield, he realized the young mutant was not exaggerating. Somehow he ended up in the Netherrealm, where occult forces were locked in an eternal war, far beyond the type of battles he had been in fighting criminals and Spider-Man. On the streets of New York was each compared to facing off against demons and demigods. No innocent, no guilty. These were divine forces at war. Both halves of Venom were beginning to realize how mortal they were. How can we possibly slay gods, little one? A big sword usually works for me. Venom almost let out a chuckle, finally glad to find a taste of humor amidst the horrors of a strange war. Instead, he fell to his knees and let out a primal scream as daggers of pain suddenly pierced every fiber, sending his symbiote into his frenzy. In his mind, he saw images of a distant planet, shrouded in darkness, accompanied by the anguished cries of a million living creatures. But there was something more, something alive deep inside the world. Someone whose presence was as cold as the void of space. What just happened? The hive mind, a group consciousness. It's a network that allows all symbiotes to communicate. And they just sent one hell of a message. What they say, they want us to come home to their planet. They want us to slay Null before he can slay us all. Null, who's that? Their god. Then you better get yourself a big sword. The bigger the better, yes. And I think we know where to find one. Venom had heard legends of his symbiote kin. Not long ago, Null wielded a mighty blade known as All Black the Necrosword. Heck yeah! I wonder if they're going to talk about gore, because that would be sick. It was said that the weapon was once used to strike down a Celestial, one of the oldest and most powerful cosmic entities. Stories claim that Null triumphed, but the Necrosword was lost in the fray. Lost but not gone. If the sword was out there, Venom knew he had to find it. But he was more skilled at swinging through dark alleys than surfing the spaceways. So, how do we get to the other side of the galaxy before all of reality is consumed by darkness? Easy. Just show me where you want to go. A small portion of his symbiote had to slither on her bare skin. The entity formed a new bond with magic, instinctively tapped into her ability to open interdimensional portals. In the blink of an eye, a doorway across the cosmos opened. Thank you, madam, he uttered before... She nodded back knowingly before returning her attention to her Arcane enemies. Both warriors had impossible battles ahead, yet they were well aware they had no choice but to keep fighting. As relieved as he was to leave the war-torn Netherworld behind, Venom had no time to celebrate his escape. Everything was being drowned out by the collective fear coursing through the symbiote hive mind. If Null to return, he would not rest until he was left with endless oblivion. The King in Black was determined to rule once more. When Venom emerged from the gateway, he found himself standing on the towering remains of a Celestial. Yep, I knew it. The two figures we saw were obviously Warlock and Venom. He soon saw the hilt of a sword jutting from the Celestial's side. Around the wound the buried blade had inflicted, the ebony energy bubbled and churned like a cosmic infection. Venom reached for the handle. He began to pull, but the blade would not budge. Its darkness had spread across the Celestial's armored surface, cementing it in place. But Venom was never one to give up, so he pulled again and again and again, to no avail. With his full focus on the task at hand, Venom failed to notice that he was no longer alone. Some sort of cosmic cocoon, a vessel that with an even more mysterious passenger drifted close, and little did Venom realize that the man slumbering aside to protect her shell had just awoken what was left of the fallen celestial consciousness. As Venom gave the hilt of the all-black one paw, the celestial let out a psionic scream. Not from the physical pain of the blade. So the celestial was alive when they were flying by the Guardians, but rather from the anguish it was experiencing as it communed with the other cosmic companion. The reason behind the celestial screech did not matter to Venom. All that he cared were the end results. Knocked back by the celestial's outburst and posthumous pain, Venom was sent tumbling aimlessly through space. As he plummeted through the void, he watched All Black, now awoken from slumber, buried itself deeper into the celestial until it disappeared from view. He would have to find his way back to it with aid, perhaps from his new mystic ally, if he could survive crash landing onto a planet. Bracing himself, Venom feared he was about to leave behind nothing more than an impact crater and his legacy. But his arrival on the planet's surface was unexpectedly soft. He had been caught and cradled by a million loving hands. This was home. This was Clintar, planet of the symbiotes. Nearby, Venom saw an unusual object. The very same cosmic cocoon he failed to notice during his time at the celestial remains. It too had been hurled through the void onto Clintar's surface, delivered as if by fate. While Venom was welcomed home by his brethren, as a champion, the cocoon was seemingly about to be swallowed. Venom could not allow it, not knowing what or who was inside. With fang and claw, he tore the cocoon's protective outer shell. The figure emerged, clearly more golden god than mortal man. He awaited a new arrival, gained his bearings, not sure if he was friend or foe. His question was swiftly answered as the luminous warrior turned and attacked him. Don't know who you are, Goldie, but I got work to do and I ain't gonna let you stand in my way. I am Adam Warlock, and I will not let you corrupt this universe with your darkness, living shadow. Venom instantly lowered his shoulders and laughed. You think I'm Null? You got it wrong, sir. I am no King in Black. I'm the one who came here to end his reign permanently. Adam Warlock paused and looked at Venom. He had not expected to find himself fighting alongside a creature of darkness, but he would gladly accept any ally willing to join him in his crusade. The battle for the fate of the universe was about to begin, and for the first time in ages, Venom felt as if he knew exactly who he was and where he belonged. That's a really awesome story. What is it with this, the end of this list having all the amazing stories? She explained and Adam Warlock's cocoon. And the two agreed to fight, and all done. Okay. 2 left. So, we know a lot about him because we've read about him in Caps. We've read about him in, I think, Hawkeyes. So, ready? Winter Soldier and Wolverine. Our final 2. The news streamed in from all over the world. The people in charge were calling it the Time Stream Entanglement. The entire world is in mourning for Steve Rogers, the beloved hero, as Captain America, who was struck down earlier this week. So Cap died during the Time Stream Entanglement. About damn time. The officer switched the channel to see the news reporting that theory that Victor Von Doom, the ruler of Latveria, was behind it. Should have been us. The red Hydra logo on the wall. And now some supervillain in a metal suit had beaten them to the punch. Still, he thought there were plenty of other opportunities for Hydra to benefit from the world's new status quo. Top secret experiments to perform. An officer stood to begin his patrol, exiting the monitor station. Another peaceful night at the edge of nowhere. Without warning, the squad of soldiers clad in white Arctic combat gear and blazoned with Hydra's red and black logo came running toward the door. The remaining soldiers turned, their weapons raised. The hooded figure leapt through the snowy night toward them with twin katanas in his hands, flashing the moonlight, shining brighter than the frost-covered landscape. Oh, this is Clint Barton's rescue of Bucky. So this is after Bucky went into Erebus Base. A ballet of flashing steel. He wiped out the entire Hydra detachment. Clint Barton, the Avenger known as Hawkeye. Hang in there, Bucky. The cavalry's here soon. After navigating the depths of Mount Erebus, Hawkeye entered the Super Soldier Lab. 9 cylindrical glass tanks filled with fluid. Terminal conduits. One by one, finally stopped at the final tank, which labeled Red Canary. Jackpot. James Bucky Buchanan Barnes, the assassin known as the Winter Soldier. Before he could begin to set his friend free, a shadow unexpectedly passed behind one of the other tanks. But nothing. Nobody home. He began to sheath the swords, returned his attention. A Hydra super soldier emerged from the shadows, 7 feet tall, teeth bared, flesh twisted, madness in his eyes. He began to bellow as he charged. Mutated arm. He realized the swords couldn't penetrate the super dense flesh. He changed his tactics, trying to stay out of the reach. Get his face to use his weapon of choice, his bow and arrow. He acrobatically bound towards the other side of the lab, spinning blade, blah, 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 blah. Too busy. Super Soldier swung his enormous fist down. The startled Super Soldier tried to struggle. Oh, a massive tentacles entangled the brute's arm. The startled Super Soldier tried to struggle free, but the tentacles were strong. With a sudden pull, the Super Soldier was sent sailing through the air, smashing against the wall. Eldritch energy surged through his massive frame as he slumped on the floor, a lifeless husk. Hawkeye scanned the room for the source of the tentacles. He was thankful for the save. There, standing in the shattered tank, dripping with glowing fluid, stood the Winter Soldier. Something had changed. Where his cybernetic arm should have been was a writhing mass of squid-like appendages that had just made quick work of Hydra's experimental enforcer. Hawkeye stared. "You sure make a lot of noise," the Winter Soldier said. "Didn't mean to interrupt your nap." Loading his bow, Hawkeye retrieved his katana. "Come on. We'll find a way to fix this. You're going to be okay. We just need to get you out of here." "Not yet. There's something I have to do first." "Well, we have to do is get back up to the landing platform. Gotta go down before we go up, Clint. And I'm gonna need your help, please." Hawkeye's taken aback. The Winter Soldier wasn't one to say please. He could tell what this was. Whatever it was important to Bucky. It was enough to make Hawkeye push down his instinct to get the hell out of Hydra Town. Well, I guess if it was easy, anybody could do it. Hawkeye followed the Winter Soldier to a vast space of giant robot-like vehicles. Hydra was on their trail. Reaching a heavy door, they entered a chamber with a vaulted ceiling, supported by pillars 100 feet tall, each carved to look like a horrific monster. A portal yawned in one wall with ancient energy radiating from it. Something was trying to come through from the other side. We know it's a portal to Maveth, Alvius the Hive, the god of Hydra. The Winter Soldier reached the altar. He extended his tentacles into the carvings, each one naturally sliding into an ancient stone grooves. Fragmented memories flooded the Winter Soldier's already fractured mind. He relived the day he first infiltrated Hydra's secret base, getting as far as the Hive Chamber. He tried to destroy it, but failed. The Hydra soldiers overwhelmed him and tore off his cybernetic arm. Before he knew what was happening, he was sealed in a glass tank, tiny nubs of tentacles growing from his shoulder sockets, his teeth bared in a permanent scream. Better make this quick. Clint. He responded, the tentacles strangely similar to his own, to begin to break through the membrane between realities. How sharp are these swords of yours? Sharp enough to cut down an entire Hydra army. Why? We'll have to close the portal, and let's face it, I can't exactly wear this thing to that ex-Avengers cookout. He glanced at the Winter Soldier's bizarre new arm and took a deep breath. Fine, say when. As the creature emerging from the portal wrapped its tentacle around the Winter Soldier's waist, the altar began to glow. It was almost as if the circuit had been completed, and when the Winter Soldier was the conduit. Mystical power coursed between the altar and the portal, overloading Bucky's body with energy and agony. When, with a single clean slice, Hawkeye's blade severed a bunch of tentacles just below Bucky's shoulder, releasing a huge shockwave. A rumble echoed through the chamber. The monster coming through howled in pain. Guess you shouldn't have come after me. Don't say that. I was just doing my job. You're a hell of a soldier, Clint. Suddenly, the probably began to glow again. They braced for the worst, not knowing what horrors may come. A round metallic object launched through the portal at tremendous speed. Ricocheting around the chamber, chunks of falling debris shattered. What? The Winter Soldier gasped, he completely shocked, but almost moderately annoyed by the fact that once again the world wasn't done with him yet. A figure bust through the mystical gateway, lunging forward and catching a metal disc in the air. He used it effortlessly. The stone didn't even make a dent to the bright, polished red and white blue shield. Yeah. Bucky, it's been too long. Both Hawkeye and the Winter Soldier stared in awe, fighting through the pain and exhaustion. Wasn't Cap supposed to be dead? Sorry I missed your funeral, old-timer. Sorry I went to your funeral, Hawkeye chimed in. Clearly you didn't need one. I'm not the Steve Rogers you knew. Long story. One I don't even fully understand yet, and one unfortunately we don't have time at the moment. My friends in Wakanda were able to hijack and redirect the portal's energy signature to open a gateway. There's no guarantee how long it'll be able to stay open. This is far from the weirdest thing that happened to them today. I was pretty sure we were going to die down here. Wasn't going to let that happen. Nobody gets left behind. Glad you're not dead, Steve. Gonna need a hand. Looks like you need more than that, Buck. You know, arms, easy come, easy go. Can't say the same about partners. The Winter Soldier looked at Hawkeye, nodding at the man who rescued him. Couldn't agree more. A crackle of energy, the heroes stepped through the portal. They weren't anywhere near Hydra's frozen base. They were in a spaceport of a futuristic city. If this was Wakanda, it wasn't the one Bucky and Clint knew. The portal closed behind them. They got a salute from Black Panther himself. Cap raised his shield to his forehead, offering a salute of his own. Hawkeye and Winter Soldier remained silent and still, trying to assess the new situation. Shuri, the sister of Black Panther, a brilliant mind behind some of Wakanda's most impressive inventions, stepped forward. Clint took the container and held it with both hands. Bucky flipped open the lid with the one he had left. Inside was a cutting-edge cybernetic arm. I was told you might need this, so I called in a favor. Bucky picked up the arm with his good hand and snapped it into place. It was a perfect fit. And now I'm going to need a favor from you. Winter Soldier didn't know what Captain America was about to ask him, and he wasn't about to say no. Whatever came next, he was there till the end of the line. Man. So, Bucky's weird tentacleness is a remnant of a Hydra. They were infusing him with a piece of Alvius, a piece of an elder god. off a Hydra. One Hawkeye. Cut off the tentacle arm. The base started to crumble, and they were saved by the 2099 cap. The intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. Shuri made Bucky a new arm. We know eventually, though, that that arm went out of control under the influence of Null. Another one, Freddy. Heavy on the orchid nectar. You got it, Logan, said Fred Dukes. Oh, the blob! Bartender of the Green Lagoon, a secluded watering hole in the heart of Krakoa. The massive man plucked a beautiful tropical flower from a tidy garden. Sliding in the bar to his most loyal customer. Not used to ordering off the organic menu, Fred said with a smile. His taste tended to usually be a bit more traditional. Well, didn't come here to forget about anything tonight, bub. For once, I will remember every detail. And I would like to hear them as well, the voice said, if you're willing to share. Logan looked up to see one of the greatest foes he'd ever faced. Mutant Master of Magnetism, Magneto, taking a seat next to him. If it were a few years ago, Logan would have popped his razor-sharp claws and taken the first swing. But these were strange times. And for a man who lived a life as long and eventful as Wolverine, that was saying something. Logan was used to be the unexpected. But everything had turned upside down when the chronal disruption known as the Time Stream Entanglement started wiping out realities. Krakoa may have been home to some of the most powerful mutants, but that wasn't enough to keep it safe. Storm helped navigate the island through the Tempest, but not the danger. They transported to a different dimension and a new era, 2099. Always wanted to seize the opportunity, Magneto took advantage, but not in the way most might have expected. Instead of trying to subjugate the humans of the future, he instead opened the gates of Krakoa to all mutants who'd been displaced by the TSE. His efforts had already earned him respect of many, and the ire of many more. Magneto didn't care what world beyond Krakoa thought of him, nor did he have any interest in mankind's petty squabbles. All he cared about was the safety of his own people and of Krakoa. But Logan knew that no man or mutant was truly an island. Still got your capes in a bunch, have been running with humans, Eric. Logan asked, taking a swig of his drink and sneering at the festive, fruity flavors. There are still so many mutants that need our help, Logan. You should be focused on them. Our people ain't the only ones in trouble. Just because more folks in this day and age don't seem to be born with the X gene, it don't mean we can't ignore the threats they're up against. Helping innocents is one thing, but you're out there fighting the powers that be alongside some sort of human liberation front? Your careless actions could put a target on Krakoa. Funny. Since when have you been the one to stand by and do nothing? Since the well-being of our entire species became mine to safeguard? Fair enough. Believe it or not, I'm doing what I want to keep Krakoa safe. From goose steppers like Public Eye, from corporations like Alchemax, and especially that metal-masked maniac Doom. Magneto paused, knowing his companion was speaking the truth. Somehow, Victor Von Doom, still alive and thriving in this era, the king of Latveria, had become even more powerful than before, both as a political leader and as a sorcerer. It was even rumored that Doom himself had kickstarted the TSE, though there were some conflicting reports as to whether it had been the Doom of this reality or another in his multiversal variant. Still, Magneto knew it was only a matter of time before Doom set his sights on Krakoa. and the growing army of mutant soldiers for whom it had been a sanctuary. Perhaps Logan's actions were more justified than Magneto was willing to admit. Your allies in the Resistance. Are you sure they can be trusted with my life? There may not be many of us fighting this fight, but the ones we've got are the best they are at what they do. And the hottest, am I right? Fred chimed in. That Black Widow is always smoking for a human, I mean. But then again, she's got to be, what, for like 100 now? So maybe just forget I said that. Natasha don't look a day older than she did when she was in her prime. Guess I ain't the only one who figured out how to fight off the effects of aging. And there's something else that showed up that literally hasn't aged a day in a century and a half. Someone you probably ought to know about, Eric. Oh. Magneto listened as Logan began to recount his most recent excursion beyond the shores. Logan left the Krakoan gateway to rendezvous with Natasha, the Red Room, which Black Widow is now using as her personal spy network, intercepted rumors that someone was planning to hit one of the major crime organizations, including the Yoshida Corporation. Punisher. When Wolverine arrived at the usual meeting point, she was nowhere to be found. He tried to contact her. The Resistance had gone silent. After digging a few minor threats, Logan learned that Natasha got a credible lead about Mercury. Logan raced through the back alleys of Tokyo towards Alchemax Tower. It wasn't fast enough. Logan doubled his pace. Instead of finding the Resistance most elite spy, he found himself face to face with the most legendary warrior to ever grace the field of battle, Steve Rogers. Captain freaking America, Fred blurted out, snapping Logan out of his story. You gotta be kidding me. No joke, bub, but the Boy Scout wasn't alone. Cap's signature red, white, and blue uniform was badly scorched. He'd walked out of the Inferno at the Alchemax building. To make matters worse, he was now surrounded by Doombots. Logan popped his claws and leapt into the fray. Fearing success reducing Doombots to scrap, he never questioned once if he was on the right side. There's no... if anyone who could be trusted without hesitation, no matter the timeline, it was Captain America. Cap didn't have his shield on him, but that didn't stop him from joining the fight. The super soldier was one of the best hand-to-hand combatants who ever lived. And even a seasoned warrior Logan couldn't help but be impressed by his strength and skill. Once Wolverine sliced the head off the final Doombot's armored shoulders, he asked Cap about Natasha. He confirmed she was the one who rescued him and said she was safe. Logan warned her that she wouldn't stay that way if they stuck around much longer. Cap agreed, noting he'd only been unthawed in the strange new world, who's already had Alchemax the public eye and now Doom himself looking to get their hands on him. Logan considered bringing Cap to Krakoa. There were multiple problems with that plan. First, the gates only allowed Krakoan citizens to travel. Only could be accessed by mutant genetic signatures. Second, as much as he hated to admit it, Logan knew deep down that Magneto was right. If their foes found out Cap was being harbored by mutants, they would almost certainly drag all of mutant kind into a war. A wise choice. Where's your ally now? I'm getting there. We know he hooked them up with Shuri and them, right? Logan went on telling him how Cap took him to a Resistance base. The effect of the blast had Alchemax, not to mention the century and a half Cap spent, had taken their toll. Cap didn't have a healing factor, but he had access to something that can get his ally. I owe you my life, soldier. This may not be the war I was made to fight in, but I'd be honored to join your Resistance and help you turn the tide against this Doom fella. Any other fastest forces you're trying to crush beneath your collective boot heel. Thanks for the offer, but the mess back at Alchemax has probably set off public eye alarms across Tokyo. And as great as having Captain America on our team might be, it's bound to draw a bit too much unwanted attention. I understand. Do you know where else I can go? Preferably somewhere far enough away to keep everyone safe. There aren't many places left on this planet that aren't under constant surveillance. Tell me, bub, you ever heard of Wakanda? The African nation? Instantly seeing the merit, they managed to hide their presence perfectly during the war. I doubt anyone would be able to find me there. And the good news is I happen to be close friends with King T'Chaka. My shield was even forged from vibranium. Hate to break it to you, but T'Chaka ain't king anymore. And Wakanda's a long way from Africa these days. Logan informed Cap how the Wakandans set off to the stars in search of the true source of vibranium. They built themselves an empire. T'Challa was the king. T'Challa came to be seeking Krakoa's aid, but we were not yet ready to commit to such a partnership. Yeah, well, he came to Natasha too, and she was smart enough to take him up on his offer. T'Challa provided the Resistance with a high-tech Chemio bead containing a special code. can be used at any Wakandan embassy to open a passageway to the stars, straight to the heart of the Intergalactic Empire. So is the 2099 universe in the same universe as the Intergalactic Empire? No, they were different, right? Yeah. But it's time stream entanglement, so it's just all entangled. Heroes managed to use their stealth skills to the final destination. They got to the embassy. They followed the child's instructions. Located the sculpture of Bashenga, the first king of Wakanda. Cap safely delivered Logan Nui to return to finding Natasha. Logan glanced down at the trail, the Green Lagoon. All right. So that's every character. We now have it from Wolverine's perspective. After Widow helped free Cap, he was found by Wolverine. Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. Wolverine revealed that Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda with the 2099 resistance against Doom. Okay, so yeah, currently on there you go. So last we saw Mantis, she was on her way to help these guys. And Psylocke and Jeff are going to Krakoa. Right. And this is going to be my last thing. So I'm finally starting to feel tired after hours. Bad news, loyal readers. What? It's J. Jonah Jameson. Yet another morning edition of New York's finest newspaper, the Daily Beagle. Why? Because our beloved borough has been trapped in a state of never-ending night with who knows how long. That's why. As the publisher of the Peerless Periodical, it's up to me, J. Jonah Jameson, to provide you with the scoop. Our intrepid reporters don't have a solid source willing to admit what's caused Manhattan to become an empire of eternal night, but anonymous scientists have independently confirmed that a massive wave of coronal energy washed over the planet before the things went dark. Coincidence? I think not. Something like a bad horror movie. Our city streets are now being stalked by vampires. You heard me, these bloodsuckers have been draining veins faster than my libel lawyers drained my bank account. Our former friends and neighbors are quickly turning into our worst enemies. Rumor has it that Dracula himself has taken up residence in Central Park. Sounds a bit far-fetched to me, but if the Caped Creepers really organizing an army, we'd all be better off relocating to Jersey. And those aren't the words of this lifelong New Yorker types easily. Go Jersey. Stay out of Jersey. We get it. You don't like us. That's fine. We don't like you either. So where are all the superheroes? Eyewitnesses have identified that the Fantastic Four coming and going regularly from their stronghold in the Baxter Building. As always, the Richard family is the front line in a crisis, and we here at the Bugle applaud them for their selfless service. Tony Stark recently issued a press release confirming that he and Reed Richards are collaborating on a number of innovative solutions to restore New York to its former glory and as quickly and efficiently as possible. However, my source on the inside suggests that these two big brains may be at odds. Reed wants to save everyone, while Tony's still calculating how many losses are acceptable. My vote goes with Richards. At the end of the day, J. Jonah Jameson's a good dude. Other heroes have been seen patrolling the streets, rescuing citizens stupid enough to wander beyond the safety of their apartments. Squirrel Girl, Moon Knight, Cloak and Dagger, you name them. They're probably out there risking their life to save yours. So, for once, I'm willing to put aside my personal distaste for costume crusaders and say thank you on behalf of the people of New York. Except for one. I have it on very good authority that less than amazing Spider-Man dodged his duties and swung through a portal to have a Spidey party with his friends in the far-flung future. I'll see if my favorite photographer, Peter Parker, can get a snapshot of the web weirdo abandoning his adoring public. That's it for now, fearless readers. I do not have yet this picture yet. We read this last time. This is Doom and Dracula making a pact. Is this the battle between Khonshu and Reed? We did hear that when Scarlet Witch tried to pull him out, it scattered the pages of the Darkhold. Right? Oh, good morning, good sir. How are you today? Didn't see your message there. One of my other tabs was covered in my chat, the bottom of my chat, so I didn't see it there. Sorry, bud. Ever since I first started hanging around with my pal Stephen Strange, he's told me the same thing. Bats, being the Sorcerer Supreme of this dimension, means that I do not have time for games. But I guess that was something he made up to get out of playing fetch with yours truly. Because apparently, when there's a high-stakes game to be played for the fate of all reality, the Doctor's all in. See, a while back, we got paid a visit by another so-called Doctor. Of what? I'm not sure. He called himself Doom. Basically, he wanted to get his hands on a spell book in Strange's library, but this tome, book of black magic called the Darkhold, strictly off-limits. Doom wasn't thrilled about that fact. Stephen had a feeling that this fellow Doctor was bound to come knocking again. Strange decided the safest option would be to open a rift between realities and stash it where no one could find it. And that's where things get a little kooky, even for a ghost dog like me. Time itself got turned upside down. Strange ended up lost in the astral plane for a hot minute. But he was there. He searched for the Darkhold to make sure it was still safe. But surprise, it had somehow fallen into the bony hands of an Egyptian moon god named Khonshu. This bird-skulled freak had been protecting travelers in the night for centuries. He thought the best way to keep doing that would be to use the Darkhold to eliminate the vampires that overrun NYC. Not a bad plan, folks, honestly, except the fact that it would hurt thousands of regular folk who'd been unwillingly turned to the dark side. Khonshu took Strange captive and made the Doc cast a nasty spell for him. But Strange knew he had to shut down Khonshu. Luckily, the Scarlet Witch had reminded Stephen that Khonshu loved a good game of Senet, which is some kind of fancy Egyptian board game, like chess, even better. Khonshu wasn't particularly great at the game. Seriously, according to legend, he lost a match to some other god named Thoth and forfeited his radiance as part of his wager. That's the whole reason the moon waxes and wanes. Look it up. Anywho, Strange played the game of his life, secured not only his freedom, but recovering the Darkhold as well. Funny part is, Stephen used the strategy that Doc Doom himself unintentionally tipped him off to, moving his piece to the House of Truth, space and drowning Khonshu in the House of Water, giving the Doc a chance for a major comeback. It was a gamble, though, but one that paid off. And now that he's back and safe and sound, I haven't even got on his case, because he's always turning me down whenever I want to play. The guy did save thousands of innocent lives after all. He deserves a free pass this time. But you better believe the next time I ask him to toss the ball, I ain't taking no for an answer. So, he successfully got the ball. Hey, Herb. You're not extremely late. I am extremely early. Basically, I could not sleep in the middle of the night. So around like 3 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, I just started streaming. I played a bunch of Marvel, and I just wanted to dig into the lore. You know me, big lore guy. I've been finding every Easter egg that I could in the lore and jotting it down, finding out what every character was up to, what universe all of them are in. Writing down every reference that I could find to an Easter egg of other characters that could potentially come up in this game. Yeah, 3:30 a.m. is pretty early. Well, I've been awake since before that. I'm finally starting to feel tired. I just couldn't sleep. I don't know why. Oh, I used to have... insomnia gets you too. I used to have real bad insomnia back in college. There was a time where I didn't sleep for like close to 30 hours. And when you don't sleep for that long, weird stuff. Like your body just feels weird. Your mind does tricks. I was so out of it, I was hallucinating. It was wild. I had trouble sleeping for weeks after that. It really messes with you. It like threw up my sleep schedule for legitimate weeks. Alright, the fall of Midtown. So, this is the first time we're actually seeing Blade, and that's Ratatoskr. I don't care what anyone says. It's giant horn, giant squirrel. Name's Blade. Folks call me that because of the swords I used to slice off the head of every vampire I crossed paths with. To be fair, I used a lot more than swords, wooden stakes, silver bullets. Hell, I'll use a squirt gun full of holy water if that's what it takes to put a Fanger down for good. I ain't picky. You've been up for so long that you can only be awake. Yeah, it's wild. They say you have to, like, the best way to do it is to stay up for a set amount of hours and then sleep for 16 hours and then try and, like, repeat that, like, 2 or 3 times. It's like 8 hours on, 16 hours off, 8 hours on, and it'll help reset your sleep schedule. I didn't learn that till years later. I've been hunting vamps my whole life, sending the undead back to their graves to make the night safer. It ain't an easy job. When I heard that Dracula had some sort of master plan, Blue, and you bet I could jump on the first red-eye to Transylvania. Turns out Drac wasn't home. He decided to make New York City his new stomping ground, and had a trick up his sleeve even I didn't see coming. Somehow the freak cast a spell that stopped the sun from rising, trapping Manhattan in a state of non-stop darkness. That made New York City the perfect place for his hungry horde to run wild 24/7. See, I'm half vampire, half human. I got the powers of a regular vamp, plus the bonus to walk and hunt in daylight. But when the dawn don't ever come, my usual way of doing things ain't gotta cut it. Found out the hard way when I got back to New York. Sliced a trail through an army of fangers to Central Park. Dracula already had a fortress there. Itching to pay him a visit. Turns out he knew I was coming. So we read this during Spider-Man's. You can't do that. You gotta force yourself. It's if in the event of this like reset, you gotta force yourself to sleep. The pasty creep ambushed me. Got into a fight alongside Spider-Man and Human Torch. He got the upper hand and hauled me away to a dungeon. Gotta say, it was the smart move on his part. When you know who your biggest threat is, you gotta take them out first, right? And that's why I was going after Drac. And the fact that he felt the same way about me is kind of an honor. Or it would be if I weren't shackled to this wall in this rat-infested cesspit. And I ain't the only one who needed out of here. Dracula needed out of the way either. Apparently there's some Asgardian squirrel named Ratatoskr whose enchanted horn can end the life of whatever it pierces, no matter how immortal. Drax summoned that magic squirrel to Earth and locked it up in chains. With his most dangerous foe at the board, his minions have free reign. Sure, these other heroes who can take him down. It's going to be a long night. Alright, no more. Will I be streaming later today? I think yes. Probably tonight. I'm gonna do the... I gotta double check what's coming out today. The DLC for Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I probably not gonna stream Fortnite. I'm gonna stream Genshin tomorrow. Let's yap it. I'm reading lore. What's more exciting than lore? Concha's never likely to listen to anyone, but if you give some... You sent me here to New York to continue your sworn mission, keep travelers of the night safe from peril. Dracula's blood-sucking brood. Your knights have formed his own round table. We call ourselves the Eternity Knights. Has a nice ring. All started... Lore is yapping. Started out when Iron Man and I came to a mutual realization that some of our heroes wouldn't be willing to get their hands on, or their costumes dirty. So we hung up the idea that some of these vamps used to be innocent civilians and aren't willing to accept the notion that every war has casualties. Fantastic Four, the annoying girl with the squirrels are all too clean. Some of my crew would be proud. Wolverine and Winter Soldier wear the ichor like a badge of honor. So does the new girl with a giant sword that speaks Japanese. She may be a better hunter than I am, but she doesn't want the reputation to be tarnished by the blood we're spilling. Good thing Stark has an endless flow of cash. Some recent experiments he incorporated with Carnovium into armor. Led by a man in fancy white armor, I could have swore I recognized him somewhere. So it's this guy. It's got to be someone we know. It's got to be... Oh, I'm so interested in finding out who this is. I mean, he does have like a lion emblazoned on his head, or on his side. Could it be a transformed Blade? So that's cool. They teamed up. That's your uncle? That's Unk. Alright, I'm done with every mission right now. Yeah. I'm really curious who that is, though. So it's wild that the characters who are from all over the place, because Winter Soldier was left on
The right
Hall of
heroes can make
Dajalia.
all the difference.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope.
Moon
and
Knight is in
fear.
Manhattan. Iron Man's in Manhattan. Psylocke was heading to Krakoa. And Adam Warlock was there, which is very weird, because he was on Clintar. Alright. 2 supports. I'm fine with a Loki support.
Before we had powers, we had each other.
Good
That bond
anti-tank.
is unbreakable.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Your unks are maddening.
Not my onks. Conchus.
Even so, maddening.
If I'm on your side, isn't that what you want?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I too am a son of Odin.
strengthened for battle.
A boom of light.
Behind you!
My time to shine. That's a yes.
About to pop that. I should have dropped the heal zone sooner.
What's that?
Much to prove.
That was them, right? They activated Kokuo's Wrath.
I am more than just a trickster. Bless the healing arts.
I am strengthened for battle.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
Last minute miracle.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
A boom of light.
Needed that, thanks.
Wolverine, what are you...
Your god is suffering.
We are undefeatable!
Watch me soar. My time to shine.
Trying to get away. If I could have gotten over there, I could have popped the ult.
Some assistance, please.
Help!
That's 3!
The light always comes back.
If you guys can hold it for 1 second, I can get over there and drop the ult. Nah. My chair isn't good enough for gaming. My chair is perfect for gaming.
Healing arts.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I am here. My time to shine.
Squirrels. They're so powerful in this game. It sounds like a joke, but it is not. This Squirrel Girl is
I wasn't
great.
sure we'd get this chance again.
Pulse charge, fire! That put a spring in my step.
I didn't put that on there, did I?
Better stop that vehicle!
I'll get you next time.
Needed a little boost.
They didn't halfway! Stop them!
Berserker!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
They speak to me.
Your god is
Get in here, y'all. Fear Magneto!
I require some aid.
Gotta wait this.
I don't want to hit you more than I...
He sounds a little too deep voiced, I agree.
My time to shine.
I don't mind it. I've had so many Spidey voices over the years.
My anger is...
Man, I'm out of it.
Focus
No,
on the
it's up there.
battle.
It's clearly up there.
My anger is healthy!
I require some aid.
Let's get into some.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Was that a full party wipe?
Better stop that vehicle!
Enter the road for this vehicle.
Double KO!
Let's get
It's
into
now
some
or
big
never!
trouble.
Stop them!
Man. Sometimes you stomp in this game. And sometimes you get stomped. so crazy.
On your toes. Here they come.
Don't give them another inch, or else.
Don't worry about the Unk anymore.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I throw a game, you did not throw this game. Yeah, I only got 3,000 healing. That kind of sucked. Could have swore we had at least one tank at some point. Man. Don't worry about the Ankh anymore, not the Unk. Right, like I'll do pretty great. I'll get MVP a couple times, then I'll lose one or two. Even when I lose, I do decent. That was just a bad round. I kind of sucked. Maybe it's because I've been awake for 24 hours now. No, I woke up around 10 o'clock, so 23 hours now. Where was my big Doom match loss? This one. This one was incredibly fun. I played as Jeff the Shark. And aside from one time when I did swallow people and spit, I did not attack a single person. And I just sat in the middle of the room and emoted with Bats the Ghost Dog. And she killed me a few times. She killed me a few times. But eventually, all the people stopped killing me and would emote with me whenever they saw me in the middle of the room alone. And it was a very great game. Well, we're done with... So we're done with Midnight Features. We're done with the big mission. Which is going to be another 17 days. Done with all my dailies. Done reading the lore. I think that might be where I call it for now. Maybe now that I'm feeling tired again, I might actually try and get some sleep. What was I going to say? Yes, I'll be back later tonight just to test out some new, probably won't be the longest stream, but I think we have the season pass for Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. So I should be able to get the early access, which I think goes live around 3-4 o'clock today. And I don't have anything to do. I went shopping yesterday. And I can do, I just gotta go brush the stuff in my car so it doesn't freeze tonight. Because it's 17 degrees out. Have I ever played Bully? No, that is one of the few Rockstar games I did not play. I was always into the GTA, so I've done every GTA, but I never did Bully. I always liked the look of it. I just never did it. Maybe I'll add it to my list for just random games to play. All right. So yeah, probably gonna do Dragon Ball Sparking Zero today. Probably gonna do Genshin either tomorrow, or maybe I'll give it like a couple days to allow me to do the entire Lantern right in one go. It's usually 3 or 4 days. I'll figure out what the timeline is for that. Yeah. Brain's not working right now, so I think I'm going to try and get some sleep. So thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with me. Right here at the end, Bacon and Herb, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for keeping me company as my brain slowly declines and starts to shut down. Homesick, Full Scale, Mercado, thanks for talking to me 3-4 hours ago. Appreciate you. Yeah. May your gaming be good. Stay awesome. Till next time. Peace. Have a good day, I guess. Because it is bright outside.